Chapter 212. Inyang Pool, Brat. Wake up, wake up! A hurried voice suddenly rang in Zhuowen's ears. The moment this voice rang out, the expression of the old lady in front of Zhuowen changed abruptly. The nails that were piercing towards his eyes actually stopped. At the same time, a rare look of fear appeared on the old lady's face. With a shrill cry, she directly disappeared before Zhuowen's eyes. The calling by his ear became louder and more urgent. Slowly opening his eyes, Zhuowen saw Xiao He looking at him with a worried expression. "Brat, what happened to you just now? Once you entered the medicine garden, you fell into a daze. No matter how much this dragon lord called out to you, you did not wake up." Seeing that Zhuowen had woken up, Xiao He's eyebrows immediately raised in joy. Immediately after, she asked somewhat suspiciously, "Fell into a daze? When I entered the medicine garden just now, I discovered that there was a straw hut at the end of the medicine garden." At this point, Zhuowen was suddenly startled. Looking towards the end of the medicine garden, he discovered that there was nothing there. The straw hut that he had mentioned was nowhere to be seen. Staring at the empty end of the medicine garden, Zhuowen furrowed his brows. His eyes were filled with deep suspicion. Xiao He also saw the expression on Zhuowen's face. In addition to his strange behavior just now, she could not help but ask, "Brat, tell this dragon lord what happened to you just now." Slightly nodding his head, Xiao He was after all an ancient existence, and knew much more than him. Therefore, she did not hold back at all as she recounted what had happened just now. After listening, Xiao He revealed a strange expression. She stared straight at Zhuowen and said, "Looks like your life was saved by this dragon lord. If you did not wake up in time just now, I'm afraid that you would never wake up again." Hearing this, Zhuowen was horrified and asked, "What do you mean? What exactly did I see just now? If I'm not wrong, what you saw should be an illusion set up by the yin-yang venomous worms. Besides, the illusions of the yin and yang parasites are linked to the real world. If you die in the illusion, you will die in the real world too. These parasites were quite troublesome even in ancient times," Xiao He said seriously. "If I die in an illusion, will I die in reality too?" Zhuowen could not help but shudder when he recalled the strange old lady who was almost unkillable. He knew that if it were not for Xiao He's call, he would have been killed by the old lady. What should we do now? It seems that the inside of the cave is indeed full of dangers. Even this seemingly ordinary herb garden has such dangers," Zhuowen said with a frown. "The yin-yang parasite might be a big problem for you martial artists, but to this dragon lord, it's not a problem at all. Moreover, the yin-yang parasite would not appear for no reason. As long as this worm appears, it means that there must be a yin-yang pool here," Xiao He said with a smile. "Yin-yang pool?" Zhuowen scratched his head and asked doubtfully. Glancing at the puzzled Zhuowen, Xiao He said indifferently, "The yin-yang pool contains a rich fusion of yin and yang. It has undeniable benefits for a corporeal yang warrior. To put it bluntly, the yin-yang pool can directly raise your cultivation to the human king realm." Hearing this, Zhuowen could not help but be startled. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. He asked excitedly, "Can the yin-yang pool really raise my cultivation to the human king realm?" Although Zhuowen's progress was extremely fast and he had reached the corporeal yang 8th stage in just 2 years, this kind of cultivation could be said to be at the bottom of the ancient cave. If he wanted to obtain the good things in the cave, Zhuowen's strength had to be improved. Moreover, Zhuowen had estimated that with his current progress, he would need at least half a year to reach the human king realm. Now that this time could be shortened infinitely, Zhuowen was naturally very happy. The yin-yang pool is such an important thing. It must have been hidden by the yin-yang parasite using an illusion. Therefore, if you want to find the yin-yang pool, you must first get rid of the yin-yang parasite. Speaking up to here, Xiao He glanced at Zhuowen who was beside him with ill intentions and let out a rather lascivious laugh. Seeing Xiao Hei's eyes, Zhuowen's hair instantly stood up and he said uncomfortably, "Don't tell me you want me to be the bait?" The yin-yang parasite loves the human brain the most. Other than you, there is no other better choice. The corners of Xiao Hei's mouth cracked open, and she said with a wicked laugh. Sighing slightly, Zhuowen also knew that this was the only way at the moment. After all, he also coveted the yin-yang pool. Alright then. What should I do next to lure the yin-yang parasite again? Xiao Hei glanced at Zhuowen and turned into a black light with a swoosh, and entered between his eyebrows. At the same time, Xiao Hei's voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. You don't have to do anything. You just have to wait here. I will hide first. Otherwise, the yin-yang parasite will be scared away again. After Xiao Hei finished speaking, she became completely silent. For a moment, the entire medicine garden was terrifyingly silent. After a while, Zhuowen indeed saw that familiar yet strange straw hut at the end of the path. He also saw the dilapidated wooden swing in front of the straw hut. Naturally, the pale-faced old lady was also sitting on the swing. You can't escape. The sinister laughter sounded again. In the blink of an eye, the old lady appeared in front of Zhuowen as if she had teleported. Her turbid eyes coldly stared at Zhuowen, and her long scarlet tongue stuck out. Now that Zhuowen knew that this strange old woman was formed from the yin-yang venomous insects, he wasn't as frightened as he was at the beginning. Instead, he grinned at the old woman and said sarcastically, "I think the one who won't be able to escape is you." The old lady's expression changed. She actually screamed and flew towards Zhuowen. Her head and hands were like rubber as they suddenly extended countless times. Her sharp claws and sharp white teeth emitted a cold light. "Xiao Hei, it's time to attack." Facing the old lady who was flying towards him, Zhuowen's expression changed. He knew that his attack would have no effect on the old lady in the illusion. Just as the old lady was about to reach Zhuowen, an endless amount of black energy suddenly shot out from between her eyebrows. Then, an earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly roared out. The violent roar instantly caused the old lady to fall into a momentary daze. It was this momentary daze that allowed the boundless black energy to engulf the old lady like a tide. A mournful cry suddenly rang out in the entire space. The old lady was actually gradually corroded by the black energy and finally turned into an invisible gas. As the old lady disappeared, the scenery in front of Zhuowen also changed greatly. The straw hut and swing at the end of the herb garden slowly disappeared, and finally, a pool of water that was a few miles wide appeared. This pool was rather peculiar. It was actually half black and half white. Both sides intersected with each other, and an extremely dense yin and yang energy instantly gushed out from the pool. Zhuowen was not unfamiliar with this aura. He could feel it from many human king realm and earth king realm warriors. It was the aura and power that was unique to warriors of the Zhao king realm. There really is a yin-yang pool here. Kid, your luck is really extraordinary. With this yin-yang pool, I'm afraid that you will be able to break through and advance to the human king realm in less than a day. Xiao Hei unknowingly appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder again. Her eyes were shining as she looked at the yin-yang pool in front of her. She smacked her lips and said with envy. A trace of excitement flashed in Zhuowen's eyes. He took a deep breath and said to Xiao Hei, "Have the yin-yang parasite worms been completely dealt with?" "Of course. This dragon lord has never failed," Xiao Hei said proudly. She waved her small claws and a strange black and white insect appeared in the middle of her palm. Zhuowen knew that this insect should be the yin-yang parasite worms that Xiao Hei was talking about. Xiao Hei clenched her claws and crushed the yin-yang parasite worm in her palm. She said indifferently, "Enter the yin-yang pool and absorb the yin and yang energy inside first. It will be more dangerous when you go deeper into the cave later. The stronger you are, the higher your chances of survival." Nodding his head slightly, Zhuowen took off the clothes on his upper body and leaped into the yin-yang lake. As soon as he entered the yin-yang pool, he could feel the rich yin and yang energy around him. It was like a river flowing into the sea, gathering into his body. As expected of the yin-yang pool, it actually has such rich yin and yang energy. This time, I must break through to the human king realm. A trace of light shot out from Zhuowen's eyes. He did not speak anymore. He closed his eyes slightly and opened all the pores on his body. He was like a whale sucking in water, absorbing the rich yin and yang energy in the pool into his body. As the yin and yang energy in the pool continued to pour into his body, Zhuowen's aura grew at a terrifying speed. Creak! When the aura in Zhuowen's body reached its peak, the muscles and bones in his body started to squirm crazily. It was as if there were countless insects in his muscles. A powerful aura suddenly burst out. Countless ripples appeared in the pool and water splashed everywhere. Looks like the yin-yang pool's effect is not bad. It hasn't been long and this kid has broken through to the 9th stage of the corporeal yang realm. I hope this kid can successfully break through to the human king realm. With this kid's potential, once he breaks through to the human king realm, his strength will definitely increase greatly. His martial strength alone will not be weaker than a complete human king realm warrior. Xiao He muttered to herself as she looked at the youth, who was silently absorbing the yin and yang energy in the yin-yang pool. Just as Zhuowen was silently absorbing the yin and yang pool and preparing to break through, 2 uninvited guests appeared outside the ancient cave. They turned into 2 streams of light and stopped in front of the heaven fiend Nether Eye. Chapter 213. Reached the human king realm. The young woman's skin was whiter than snow, while her eyes were like a pool of clear water. As she looked around, she naturally possessed an elegant and noble bearing that caused others to feel ashamed of their inferiority and not dare disrespect her. However, that arrogance and quick-wittedness of hers had a captivating aura that made one unable to help but be captivated. The young girl's bare jade-like feet were covered with a lush red lotus. The fiery red lotus and the young girl's snow-white skin made her look extremely pure and holy. Such a woman was rare in the world. Even the leader of the Jade Maiden Star Court, Qing Lian, would feel ashamed of her inferiority in front of this girl. Because the beauty of the young girl before him was not only in her appearance, but also in the unique temperament that she revealed. The young girl raised her jade-like hand and gently brushed away the scattered hair on her forehead. Her beautiful eyes gazed deeply at the huge palace in front of her, and her clear and intoxicating voice slowly sounded. I didn't expect that the cave abode of the god of wind thunder would be hidden in such a small place. It seems that the Blue Dragon Hall doesn't know about the existence of this cave abode. The old man chuckled as a wisp of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, with the Blue Dragon Hall's arrogant attitude and condescending attitude, they probably didn't even notice the Azure Xian Empire, let alone the appearance of a cave abode here. If I didn't refer to the ancient books in the sect and infer the location of the cave residence of God Monarch Fenglei in ancient times, I'm afraid we would have missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What is even more laughable is that the overlord of Muqin County, Muqin Marquis, had clearly deduced the location of this cave. However, he naively thought that this cave was merely an ordinary cave and actually only sent some young warriors over. However, this is also good. This time around, we can be considered to have taken the initiative. The young girl nodded slightly and said, Elder Chiu, although we don't have any competitors this time, you shouldn't let your guard down. After all, this cave is the residence of a primordial divine lord-level expert. The mechanisms inside are probably not simple. Young Miss is right. It seems that the heavens really favor Miss Gu this time. Originally, Miss Gu came to the eastern lands for the Ice Flame Saint Rune of the Divine Academy. Who would have thought that you would encounter another Saint Rune along the way? The old man's face was full of excitement. The Holy Ice Fire Talisman in Fine God Institute isn't easy to obtain. Legend has it that the ice-fire sacred symbol is located in the deepest part of the ice and fire dual polarity hall. Even saints are unable to reach that place. If we are able to obtain the wind and thunder sacred symbol in this cave, I'm afraid that we won't need to go to the Fine Divine Academy. The young girl's expression was calm as she spoke. The young girl glanced at the old man and continued, "Let's go in first. Although this is the residence of God Monarch Wind Thunder, we don't know if the Wind Thunder Saint Talisman is really inside." The old man nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, the two of them turned into two rays of light and entered the ancient cave. In the ancient cave, in the depths of an herb garden filled with rich spiritual herbs, a naked young man floated in the yin-yang pool. Waves of rich yin and yang energy continuously poured into the young man's body. As the yin and yang energy poured into his body, a black and white yin-yang wheel slowly rose from the void behind him. However, this yin-yang wheel wasn't complete. On the surface, the yin and yang weren't completely harmonized. When this yin-yang wheel was truly complete, Zhuowen would be able to advance to the human king realm. His strength would definitely increase by several times. Sizzle! A strange sound slowly rang out, following which, the young man in the pool suddenly opened his eyes. His hands actually began to slowly move, drawing a rotating wheel in the air. It was like a yin-yang wheel that was constantly rotating. As his hands continued to move, the aura in the young man's body became more and more intense. The yin-yang wheel gradually formed in the void also became more complete. The luster on its surface was like a scorching sun. Is he about to break through? Xiao Hei's eyes narrowed. When he saw the aura in the young man's body become more and more vigorous, he whispered with joy. Just as Xiao Hei's voice faded, the yin-yang wheel that was gradually forming in the void suddenly burst out with a blazing gray light. Following which, the black and white colors of the yin-yang wheel finally reached the most harmonious moment. At this moment, the yin-yang wheel also rapidly rotated. Boom! A strong pressure suddenly burst out from the yin-yang wheel. Under this strong pressure, huge waves were set off in the deep yin-yang pool. Countless amounts of water in the pool overflowed in all directions as if it was affected by a centrifugal force. In an instant, the area within a dozen miles of the yin-yang pool was flooded by this monstrous wave. Damn it! If this brat wants to break through, so be it. Why did he have to make such a big scene? I almost fell for it. Xiao Hei suddenly jumped up and was dozens of meters above the ground. He dodged a wave and cursed. Tap, tap, tap. Along with the monstrous wave, crisp footsteps suddenly sounded. Following which, a thin and tall figure slowly surged out from the endless wave. It was Zhuowen, who had just broken through. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were shining brightly. There was even a trace of an excited smile on his face. The yin-yang wheel behind him was constantly rotating in the void. As the yin-yang wheel rotated, the yin-yang energy in the yin-yang pool continuously flowed into the yin-yang wheel like a reincarnation cycle. As expected of the legendary yin-yang pond, the yin and yang energy inside is so pure. Although I have just advanced, I can feel that the yin and yang energy in my body is even stronger than that of a profound human king realm martial artist. It is close to that of a complete human king realm martial artist. Now, even without the power of the holy symbol of ice fire, I have the strength to fight with a complete human king. Zhuowen could not help but laugh heartily at the sky as he felt the powerful aura spreading from his body. His laughter was wanton and insolent. At this moment, Xiao Hei turned into a black light and appeared on Zhuowen's shoulder. He said faintly, "It seems that the yin-yang pool has brought you more benefits than I expected. Xiao Hei, I have to thank you this time. If it were not for you, I am afraid that I would not have been able to find such a good thing like the yin-yang pool," Zhuowen said gratefully as he looked at Xiao Hei on his shoulder with a smile. Xiao Hei looked at Zhuowen's grateful face and turned his head away. He snorted coldly and said, "I am helping myself by helping you. This is a deal in itself. There is no need to thank me." Although Xiao He said this, there was still a trace of gratification in his eyes. Since I have successfully made a breakthrough, the next step is to search for these spiritual herbs. Xiao He, help me find if there is any blood-chi nethergrass. At this point, Zhuowen's eyes lit up as he looked at the spiritual herbs in the herb garden. Zhuowen could even feel the existence of some grade 4 and grade 5 spiritual herbs. Xiao He nodded slightly. Then, the man and the beast entered their mad dog mode. Everywhere they went, not a single spiritual herb was left. There were thousands of spiritual herbs in the herb garden. Most of them were grade 2 and grade 3 spiritual herbs. Zhuowen was not interested in spiritual herbs of such quality. However, the Zhuo family desperately needed them. Even if the family did not need them, they could still sell them. A small portion of them were grade 4 spiritual herbs. There were only a few grade 5 spiritual herbs. One could count them with one hand. Suddenly, Zhuowen stopped and stared at a stalk of spiritual medicine as he softly exclaimed. Xiao He also heard Zhuowen's soft exclamation. He turned his head and saw the spiritual herb that Zhuowen was looking at. This spiritual medicine was a 4-leaf clover. Its leaves were purplish-black and looked very ordinary. However, the strange thing was that the surface of this ordinary spiritual medicine was actually surrounded by a faint layer of blood mist, which made it look very novel. Blood-chi nethergrass? Zhuowen and Xiao He's eyes lit up at the same time as they said in unison. This herb garden really does have blood-chi nethergrass. Looks like we have made the right choice this time. After returning to his senses, a relaxed smile appeared on Zhuowen's face. After all, what he was most worried about was the blood seal on his forehead. This thing was like a curse, constantly absorbing his essence blood. If he did not deal with it as soon as possible, his essence blood would really be sucked dry and he would die. After finding the blood-chi nethergrass, Zhuowen's mood was obviously very good. After keeping the rest of the spiritual herbs in his Qiankuan bag, he took out the blood-chi nethergrass alone. Quickly deal with the blood seal on your body. We have been here for almost a day. During this period of time, we have been left far behind by those guys in front. Xiao He said in an indifferent voice. Nodding his head, Zhuowen did not waste any more time. Holding the blood-chi nethergrass in his right hand, he suddenly squeezed it. Powerful yuan power instantly crushed the spiritual herb into powder, and a surge of medicinal essence immediately erupted. This medicinal essence turned into a blood-colored mist that immediately twined around Zhuowen's surroundings. Finally, it stopped at the blood seal on his forehead. With a sizzling sound, the blood-colored medicinal essence shot into Zhuowen's forehead like a blood arrow. Poochie! A mouthful of blood suddenly spat out from Zhuowen's mouth. His brows immediately furrowed and a sinister expression appeared on his face. Obviously, he was enduring pain. As the medicinal essence of the blood-chi nethergrass poured in, the bright red blood seal on Zhuowen's forehead began to fade at a speed visible to the naked eye. Frowning slightly, Zhuowen actually felt that as the blood seal on his forehead faded, a rather pure energy was actually transmitted from the blood seal into his limbs and bones. For a moment, he actually felt his entire body become warm. Is this energy the power of essence blood? Could it be the essence blood that was absorbed by me over the past few days? No, this energy is much more vigorous than the essence blood that I lost over the past few days. Feeling the increase in power in his body, Zhuowen said to himself with some curiosity, "Kid, the blood seal was formed by Huang Zong using his life's essence blood. It contains the life's essence blood of a perfect human king realm warrior. Don't waste it. Absorb all of this energy. Maybe you can break through again." Chapter 214. Lingbao. Upon hearing Xiao He's words and the increasingly surging energy within his body, Zhuowen's eyes immediately glowed. Without further ado, he sat down on the ground and focused on refining the essence blood energy within the blood seal. Squeak, squeak. Strange noises were constantly emitted from Zhuowen's body. Perhaps it was the effect of the blood-chi nether grass, but at this moment, Zhuowen's body was shrouded in a faint blood-colored mist. His figure was faintly discernible, adding a sense of mystery to it. About an hour later, a loud shout burst forth from within the blood mist. Soon after, the thick blood mist was like shattered glass as it dissipated, revealing the young man's well-built body. An aura that was even stronger than before suddenly surged out of the young man's body. It was as if the person standing in front of him was not an ordinary young man, but a ferocious and brutal beast. TSK. It seems like you have profited from a disaster. The blood seal, which was originally a poison to you, has become the most nourishing medicine under the effect of the blood-chi nether grass. Moreover, your cultivation has once again broken through to the advanced human king stage. Xiao He said indifferently as she crossed her arms and looked at the young man in front of her in amazement. Not only that, I even borrowed the power of Huang Zhong's essence blood to communicate with my Naiwen palace and break through the bottleneck of my mental energy. As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped his foot. With a thought, an invisible energy ripple surged out from his Naiwen palace, forming an invisible energy field in the air. Xiao Hei's eyes narrowed as she stared at the invisible energy field in front of her. A trace of astonishment appeared on her face, but she quickly regained her composure. He knew that Zhuowen's mental energy had already reached the peak of perfect grade 2 and was only a step away from reaching grade 3 mental energy. Hence, it was normal for him to make a breakthrough with the help of Huang Zhong's blood seal. Now that you have the strength of the profound human king realm and the mental energy of the initial level 3 realm, I'm afraid that you can even fight against an initial level Earth King realm warrior. Xiao He said admiringly as she floated in the air. However, I'm still a distance away from the great circle of the Earth King stage Lu Yuanhua. However, if I include the reverse spirit puppet in my hand, I'm afraid that even the Lu Yuanhua won't be able to obtain any benefits from me. At this time, Zhuowen was full of vitality. His breathing was long and deep. Every breath he took was filled with confidence. Now, he could be considered as a first-rate expert among all the martial artists in the ancient cave mansion. Let's go. We've wasted enough time. We can't delay any longer. Even if we have the map in our hands, if we go too late, I'm afraid all the good things will be taken away. After taking a deep look at the desolate herb garden, Zhuowen nodded and disappeared from the spot without any hesitation. He headed towards the deepest part of the ancient cave mansion. With the map's guidance and Xiao Hei's soul consciousness, Zhuowen's journey was quite easy. After avoiding a few hidden traps, the path in front of him finally became spacious. At the same time, loud rumbling sounds and noises could be heard. Zhuowen slowed down a little before slowly walking out of the passageway. Outside the passageway was an extremely spacious square. The square was surrounded by giant walls that were a few thousand feet tall. A desolate and distant aura slowly flowed out from it. At this time, there were many people gathered in the square. At a rough glance, there were at least dozens of people. Zhuowen also saw Su Chang and the 9th Commandery Princess among them. However, Zhuowen did not see Lu Yuanhua, Qing Lian, Su Mu and the other main members of the 5 big forces. Obviously, these powerful earthly king realm martial artists were far ahead of the rest of the people and had entered the deepest part of the cave mansion. Zhuowen's arrival did not attract the attention of the people present. Instead, these people were concentrating on launching powerful attacks towards the light shield above the square. With so many people attacking together, ripples appeared on the surface of the light shield. Zhuowen glanced at the light shield and was surprised to find that there was a huge statue in the light shield. The statue was hundreds of feet tall and its face was that of a middle-aged man in a long robe. The statue was very lifelike. In the middle of the statue's huge palm, there were 3 golden balls of light. Waves of strange fluctuations were constantly emitted from the balls of light. Zhuowen squinted his eyes and stared at the 3 balls of light in the statue's palm. He could faintly see the outline of weapons in the balls of light. Spiritual treasure. Looking at the 3 balls of light, Zhuowen's heart could not help but tremble. Spiritual treasures were rare in Rattan Armor City. In this small square there were 3 of them. Moreover, from the aura of the 3 spiritual treasures, they were all middle-level spiritual treasures. It is indeed an ancient cave mansion. I haven't even entered the deepest part of the cave mansion, and there are already middle-level spiritual treasures. Zhuowen muttered to himself in a low voice. At the same time, he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his chest. He only had 2 spiritual treasures. One of them, the ice silk armor, was obtained from Huang Zong. It was a defensive spiritual treasure. As for the teleportation token that Lin Xuanzhong gave him, it was a special spiritual treasure that could save his life at a critical moment. However, Zhuowen had yet to obtain a spiritual treasure that could be used to attack. Through the balls of light, Zhuowen discovered that the 3 spiritual treasures in the light shield were all offensive spiritual treasures. This was exactly what Zhuowen needed. He knew that if he could obtain one of them, his strength would increase by a lot. Scanning the crowd in the square, Zhuowen discovered that everyone was staring greedily at the light shield. Although it looked like these warriors were teaming up to attack the light shield. However, Zhuowen was very clear that once the light barrier was broken, these cultivators, who had just joined forces, would start fighting without caring about their own kin. For the sake of obtaining the spiritual treasure, there would be an extremely intense battle. As he thought of this, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. Yuan power shot out from his hand and blasted towards the light shield in midair. At the same time, his body stealthily approached the light shield, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Zhuowen's actions did not attract the attention of others. This was because he was not the only one with such thoughts. Everyone was waiting for the moment the light shield was broken to forcefully seize the spiritual treasures. When Zhuowen finally stopped below the light shield, his eyes flickered crazily. Vigorous Yuan power flowed like a flood in his meridians. At the same time, the mental energy in his Naiwan palace was also in a state where it was ready to be unleashed at any time. Under the fierce attacks of the crowd, the light shield in midair became increasingly dim. Several cracks even appeared on its surface. When they saw this scene, the atmosphere in the square instantly became strange. The crowd, who were originally standing close to each other, suddenly separated at the same time. Their eyes were filled with vigilance. Zhuowen also sensed the strange atmosphere in the square. However, he was not surprised in his heart. Instead, his vigilance was raised to the peak as all the muscles in his body tensed up. Crack! Suddenly, a faint cracking sound rang out. Under the attacks of the crowd, faint cracks finally appeared on the light shield in midair. The square had also become completely silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the light screen that was slowly cracking open. Crack! Crack! The cracks finally expanded rapidly in front of everyone's eyes. Finally, they spread to every corner of the square. Bang! When the cracks spread to the largest extent, the light barrier finally collapsed completely, turning into countless light fragments that poured down in torrents. Boom! Just as the light barrier shattered, the originally quiet Great Hall immediately began to boil. In an instant, streams of vigorous Yuan power ferociously erupted. Everyone's eyes turned blood-red at this moment. Their figures leaped into the air, greedily grabbing towards the soul treasure. Swoosh! Just as these people were about to attack, Zhuowen also pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot. His body shot into the air, heading straight for the huge hand of the statue. There, 3 balls of light quietly floated there, emitting an alluring luster. Kid! Snatch the leftmost spiritual treasure. The moment Zhuowen leaped into the air, Xiao Hei's voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen was stunned. His footsteps did not slow down at all, but his eyes were fixed on the leftmost ball of light. He could sense that the aura of the leftmost ball of light was the weakest among the 3 great balls of light. In other words, the spiritual treasure inside was very likely to be the weakest of the 3 great spiritual treasures. However, before Zhuowen could reply, Xiao He directly rudely interrupted him. Believe in this dragon, Lord. I can sense that the leftmost spiritual treasure is not ordinary. If you obtain it, it will be very beneficial for you. After pondering for a while, Zhuowen finally chose to believe in Xiao He. He fiercely stomped his foot and directly flew towards the leftmost spiritual treasure without any hesitation. As the spiritual treasure that Zhuowen had chosen had the weakest aura, there were relatively fewer people fighting for it. However, there were still 4 people who flew towards the leftmost spiritual treasure at the same time. These 4 figures were all at the human king realm. Among them, a middle-aged man had the strongest aura. He had actually reached the perfect human king realm. Zhuowen casually glanced at the enemy who was also rushing towards him. He smiled coldly. The powerful mental strength of his Naiwen palace was immediately used on his body. His speed was forcibly doubled. He directly became like a stream of light and rapidly approached the ball of light. Kid, you are courting death. When the 4 people behind saw that Zhuowen was 1 step ahead of them, they were furious. They raised their hands and 4 ferocious Yuan forces surged out and violently blasted towards Zhuowen's back. Humph! Sensing the 4 forces behind him, Zhuowen sneered. With a thought, his vigorous mental strength formed a thick golden round shield behind him. It easily blocked the 4 attacks. When the 4 people behind him saw that their attacks were so easily blocked by the young man in front of them, their expressions changed. There was a trace of horror on their faces. They did not expect Zhuowen to be so powerful at such a young age. He was able to block the joint attack of 4 human king realm warriors by himself. Chapter 2:15. Be robbed. The 4 golden light swords turned into 4 streaks of golden light and shot towards the 4 people behind him. The sharp sword chi was like countless wind blades, flying and slashing randomly, causing the 4 people behind him to be flustered. Among them, 3 of the weaker ones even spat out a mouthful of blood under the powerful attack of the golden light sword. Their faces were filled with shock. The middle-aged man in the exceptional human king realm was the strongest. Although he was flustered by the golden light sword, he was not as miserable as the other 3. The battle on Zhuowen's side happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, but it still attracted the attention of many other martial artists. When the other warriors saw that the young man, who was only about 16 years old, was able to resist the joint attack of 4 human king realm warriors, one of whom was in the perfection of the human king realm, they were still easily restrained by the young man. Such a scene naturally shocked many of the warriors present. They could only stare blankly at the youth who was snatching the numinous treasure. Zhuowen? This guy is here too? Surrounded by a group of guards, the 9th Commandery Princess had also noticed the situation with Zhuowen. When she saw Zhuowen's face, she could not help but exclaim. The 9th Commandery Princess's exclamation made Su Chong, who was standing beside her, turn his head to look. When he saw that it was indeed Zhuowen, his eyes darkened. At the same time, his eyes were filled with killing intent. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Zhuowen had already arrived in front of the leftmost ball of light. Then, his right hand reached out to grab the ball of light. 1. Just as Zhuowen's right hand approached the ball of light, the spirit treasure within the ball of light exploded with an extremely strong resistance, directly shaking off Zhuowen's right hand. Zhuowen could not help but be shocked when he saw that the numinous treasure was actually resisting him. It seemed that Xiao He was right. The numinous treasure in this ball of light was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, it would not have such a strong repulsive force. Boom! After his first attempt failed, Zhuowen was about to continue when an extremely intense essence energy fluctuation came from behind him. Zhuowen's eyes sank. He turned his head and discovered that the consummation sovereign realm cultivator was glaring at him with a ferocious gaze. Brat, you have some strength. I was careless just now and actually fell for it. Now you won't be as lucky as before. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Seeing the middle-aged man's ferocious appearance, Zhuowen sneered and said, "Who do you think you are? You actually have the qualifications to tell me to scram. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors, you can go to hell." As he spoke, Zhuowen took a step forward, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Following which, he grabbed the middle-aged man's wrist with his right hand, and the powerful mental energy within his Naiwan palace was like a mountain that ruthlessly crushed onto the man's body, causing him to be unable to move at all. The killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes suddenly burst out. He clenched his right hand and a crisp cracking sound was heard. The middle-aged man's wrist was actually twisted irregularly. At the same time, Zhuowen took a step forward and his right leg shot out like a firecracker, hitting the man's chest hard. Another crisp cracking sound was heard. The man's chest was completely caved in by Zhuowen's kick. The middle-aged man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell to the ground like a falling meteor, smashing a huge deep hole in the ground. The middle-aged man's instant defeat immediately caused the scene to become somewhat quiet. Many warriors looked at Zhuowen and the deep pit below in disbelief. Many warriors recognized the unconscious middle-aged man. He was a bona fide perfection human king realm expert. He was considered one of the stronger ones in their group. However, even such an existence was beaten unconscious by the young man in front of them in a single exchange. Immediately, everyone's faces were filled with fear as they looked at the young man's figure not far away. This guy's cultivation has reached the human king realm? He actually defeated an exceptional human king realm warrior in one move. The 9th Commandery Princess covered her cherry lips and looked at the young man not far away in disbelief. For a moment, her heart was in a mess. She clearly remembered that Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the corporeal Yang realm not long ago. How long had it been since they last met? This guy had directly advanced to the human king realm. Wasn't this speed a little too fast? After dealing with the middle-aged man, Zhuowen turned around and attempted to retrieve the soul treasure from the ball of light. However, to his astonishment, a figure actually took advantage of the time when he was fighting with the middle-aged man to retrieve the soul treasure from the ball of light. With a sudden step, the figure directly retreated 100 steps back. Looking at the figure 100 meters away, Zhuowen's eyes instantly became gloomy. This was because the person who snatched his spiritual treasure was none other than Su Chang, the second son of the Marquis Mansion of Baichuan. The spiritual treasure in the light ball was a strangely shaped ink-black long spear. Waves of surging aura constantly emanated from the long spear, indicating that this long spear was extraordinary. Su Chang played with the long spear in his hand. His eyes were filled with ridicule as he looked at Zhuowen in front of him. He said indifferently, "This young master has taken a fancy to this spear. Zhuowen, you don't need to fight for it. After all, with your lowly status, you don't deserve such a spiritual treasure." After Su Chang snatched the long spear spiritual treasure from Zhuowen, the remaining 2 spiritual treasures naturally had their own owners. One of them was naturally taken by the 9th Commandery Princess. After all, the 9th Commandery Princess had many powerful guards around her. In addition, her own strength was not weak. Naturally, it was not difficult for her to take one of the spiritual treasures. The other spiritual treasure was taken by the people of the Marquis Yongxing Mansion. Although this result was already expected, when they saw that the forces of the 3 marquises of the prefecture had really taken all 3 spiritual treasures, many warriors were still somewhat unwilling. However, no matter how unwilling they did not show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction on the surface. After all, the forces of the 3 marquises of the prefecture were not something that they could afford to offend. Apparently, the 9th Commandery Princess had also seen Zhuowen and Su Chang, who were facing each other not far away. Naturally, she also saw that Su Chang had interfered and snatched the spiritual treasures when Zhuowen was not paying attention. Although the 9th Commandery Princess despised Su Chang's behavior, she did not say anything. After all, Su Chang belonged to the second prince of the marquises of Baichuan. His status was quite noble. She would not offend the marquises of Baichuan for such a thing. Moreover, Zhuowen had no background and was all alone. The ninth commandery princess would not offend Su Chang for Zhuowen. She just silently watched not far away to see how the two of them would end up. Now that the 3 spiritual treasures had been claimed, all the warriors in the square quieted down. They knew that the spiritual treasures were not meant to be with them. Instead, they focused their attention on Zhuowen and Su Chang, who were facing each other not far away. Their faces were full of smiles as if they were waiting for a good show. That young man is quite unlucky. He was about to get the spiritual treasures, but he did not expect that Su Chang would interfere and snatch the spiritual treasures from him when he was not paying attention. What a pity! After all, Su Chang is the second prince of the marquises of Baichuan. He has a noble status and great influence. So what if that young man snatches the spiritual treasures? As long as Su Chang says something, that young man will have to obediently hand over the spiritual treasures. Let's see how that young man will deal with it. Judging from his expression, he seems to be in a bad mood. The square suddenly quieted down, and from time to time, there were sounds of discussion. Zhuowen stared coldly at Su Chang, who was standing not far away from him. His expression became more and more unpleasant. Zhuowen suddenly took a step forward and shouted, "Hand over the spiritual treasures, or die." Zhuowen was in an extremely bad mood at this moment. The spiritual treasures were in his hands, but Su Chang had sneakily snatched them away. He could not bear it no matter how hard he tried. When these words were spoken, the square immediately turned silent. Everyone's eyes were dull as they stared at the young man with a straight back and cold eyes. They had never imagined that the young man would actually say such bold words. Could it be that he did not know Su Chang's identity? Even the ninth commandery princess did not expect that Zhuowen would not give up when faced with Su Chang's identity. Instead, he was so aggressive. Su Chang's expression became extremely unpleasant when he heard Su Chang's words. He did not expect that a guy from a small low-level city would dare to speak to him in such a manner. This made him extremely angry. "How dare you say such words to me? You really have guts. Boy, do you really think that you are invincible in the world just because you are invincible in Rattan Armor City? This young master wants to see where your guts and arrogance come from." Su Chang was so angry that he laughed. He clenched his hands into fists, and an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out from his body, forming countless hurricane-like ripples around his body. Half-step to Earth King Realm? Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Su Chang in surprise. He did not expect that Su Chang, who was only about 20 years old, would be able to reach the half-step to Earth King Realm. It seemed that the 3 marquises of the commandery capital had a strong foundation to be able to cultivate such a young expert. He is actually a half-step to Earth King Realm. No wonder he is the second prince of Marquis House of Baichuan. He has such a cultivation at such a young age. With such strength, he is considered the strongest in our group. It seems that the young man who provoked him is going to suffer. That boy is also extremely daring. Since young Master Su Chang has already snatched it, it doesn't matter. There is no need to offend a colossus like Marquis House of Baichuan for a soul treasure. Feeling the powerful aura erupting from Su Chang's body, many practitioners in the square were in an uproar. Clearly, Su Chang's exposed strength had surprised them. Hearing the gasps of the practitioners behind him, the arrogance on Su Chang's face became even more intense. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhuowen and arrogantly said, "Now, I will give you 2 choices. First, kneel down and kowtow 50 times and cripple your own arms. Then, I may consider forgiving you for offending me. Second, die." With a cold smile, Zhuowen coldly shouted, "You pig. Do you think that everyone has a pig's brain like you? I have already said that if you do not hand over the soul treasure, you will die. Chapter 216. Blood-soaked sky fist. Just as everyone was stunned by Zhuowen's arrogant words, Zhuowen's following actions caused the corners of their mouths to twitch. After Zhuowen finished cursing, he stomped his foot and actually took the initiative to attack. His actions were not sloppy at all. At this time, Su Chong was already unable to restrain his anger. Since he was young, no one had ever dared to insult him to his face like this, so now that he saw Zhuowen rushing over, a cold smile immediately appeared on his face. Arrogant fellow, this young master will definitely cripple you today. As he spoke, Su Chang's right hand suddenly swiped across the air, and the origin chi in the air suddenly boiled. Su Chang's hands suddenly formed a seal, and then he slammed it downwards. Qilin Claw Seal. A low roar came from Su Chang's mouth. His right hand turned into a claw and lifted into the air. Then, a huge blood-red claw that was a few hundred feet long appeared in the air. The thick smell of blood was also on the verge of bursting out. As soon as the giant claw appeared, the void in the square suddenly trembled. Waves of invisible ripples spread out in all directions like water ripples. The space seemed to become unstable under the giant claw. Qilin Claw Seals? This is one of the heaven-class armor skills of the House of Baichuan. Su Chong can even use this skill. The 9th Commandery Princess's eyes flashed as she muttered to herself in surprise. Zhuowen has offended the wrong person. Although Su Chong is annoying, the House of Marquis Baichuan behind him is not a simple force. The 9th Commandery Princess looked at the young man not far away and murmured to herself. At this moment, everyone in the square also felt the powerful pressure of the giant claw that suddenly appeared. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They never thought that Su Chang's armor technique would be so powerful that even the space seemed to tremble because of it. The might of this armor technique has likely reached the heavenly rank, as expected of one of the 3 strongest factions in Muqin County. They actually possess such a powerful armor technique like the heavenly rank. Looking at the giant claw in the void, the other martial artists could only be described with shock. Zhuowen, I have seen your performance in the competition for the quota. Although your talent has indeed amazed this young master, it is only so. Without the support of a strong foundation, no matter how high one's talent was, it was useless. Don't tell me that your little Zhuo family has such a powerful heaven-tier armor skill? Will he have a high-grade spirit treasure? In the end, you are nothing more than ant-like existences. If we want to crush you to death, we can do so at any time. So, you can die now. Standing on the giant claw in the air, Su Chong looked down at Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. He waved his right hand and the giant claw swept towards Zhuowen like a falling mountain. Countless air explosions resounded wherever it passed, rumbling sounds could be heard. Looking at the giant claw sweeping towards him in the void, Zhuowen's face was as calm as still water. He muttered in a low voice, "Do you think that you are the only one with a heaven-tier armor skill?" As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped on the ground. His legs shot out like a spring in the direction of the giant claw. This brat is not dodging. He actually wants to meet it head-on? Could it be that he's crazy? He can't be thinking of taking Su Chang's attack head-on, right? This is a genuine heaven-tier armor skill. It has a strange and unpredictable power. Is he courting death? Zhuowen's unusual behavior once again caused an uproar in the square. Everyone looked at the youth rushing towards the giant claw as if they were looking at an idiot. Ever since I got this armor skill from Tyrant Blood, I have never used it. Today, I have just advanced to the Human King realm. I want to see how powerful this armor skill that can be used as a trump card by Tyrant Blood is. In midair, the corners of Zhuowen's mouth actually revealed a trace of an excited smile. Then, he suddenly twisted his waist and took a few steps in the air. With the help of the reverse thrust of the air, his speed actually increased by a bit. At the same time, A strong and pungent smell of blood burst out from Zhuowen's body. Then, all the pores on Zhuowen's body opened. Blood qi gushed out from his pores like a fountain. It actually formed a thick blood mist around Zhuowen's body. This blood mist was like countless squirming bloodworms. It actually wriggled around Zhuowen's body. In the end, it turned into a blood light and turned into a huge blood shadow behind him. What Zhuowen was using now was the heaven-rank high-level armor skill, Blood Tyrant Fist, that he had obtained from Tyrant Blood's Qinkuan bag. The reason why Zhuowen had not used it at that time was because in order to use this armor skill, one's cultivation had to be at least at the human king realm. This was because this armor skill required blood qi to display its power. Only the blood qi of warriors above the human king realm could support the power of this armor skill. Otherwise, the warrior could die from excessive blood loss. This was also the reason why Zhuowen had not used this armor skill for a long time. Now that his cultivation had finally advanced to the human king realm, Zhuowen did not have any scruples to use Blood Tyrant Fist. First move of Blood Tyrant Fist, Advent of the Overlord. A furious roar burst out from Zhuowen's throat. Then, the huge bloody figure in the void behind Zhuowen took a step forward and stepped on the ground of the square. Immediately, the entire square trembled violently. Traces of tremors spread out in all directions, as if the end of the world had arrived. What armor skill is this? How can it be so powerful? The 9th Commandery Princess, who was watching from the sidelines, could not help but cover her mouth and exclaim as she looked at the blood shadow in the void. She could feel the powerful aura emitted by the blood shadow. It could be said that the armor skill Zhuowen used at this time had far exceeded her expectations. In her opinion, this armor skill of Zhuowen's was even more powerful than that of Su Chang's. It is also a heaven-class armor skill. How is this possible? Who is this person? How can he have a heaven-class armor skill? Oh my God! Today, I can actually see the battle between two heaven-class armor skills. This trip to the ancient cavern mansion is really worth it. Uncontrollable cries of surprise rang out once again. Everyone's gazes were focused on Zhuowen and the huge blood figure in the air behind him in astonishment. Su Chang also did not expect that Zhuowen would use a heaven-class armor skill. His face was filled with a trace of disbelief. When he came to his senses, he revealed a greedy look and said, "It seems that I have underestimated you. You also have a heaven-class armor skill. However, this armor skill should belong to the Marquis of Baichuan's mansion." As he spoke, Su Chang's right hand finally fell. The huge blood claw viciously grabbed at the blood shadow. Wherever it passed, even the air seemed to be torn apart. Zhuowen was not afraid. He waved his right fist fiercely towards the void. The huge blood shadow followed Zhuowen's movement. The bloody fist unceremoniously hit the blood claw. Boom! A deafening loud sound rang out in this space. Then, endless air waves wrapped in energy ripples spread towards the end of the void. The powerful force even tore the space apart. What an intense collision! The power of this collision is probably far beyond that of an ordinary human king realm warrior. It might even be at the level of an Earth King realm warrior. Looking at the endless energy ripples exploding in the void and the void that was about to collapse, everyone's faces were filled with horror. They stared blankly at the huge blood claw and the huge blood shadow in the void. They wanted to know who would win in this collision. Break! Blue veins appeared on Su Chang's forehead. His face was unusually ferocious. Yuan power burst out from his body again. His right hand pressed down again. The blood claw in the void seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. It actually burst out with an intense and dazzling blood light. Under the sudden increase in power of the blood claw, the huge blood shadow in the void actually trembled violently. Its knees were slightly bent under the huge force of the blood claw. "Can you break it?" Zhuowen's eyes suddenly turned cold. His right hand suddenly pointed at his forehead. With a thought, endless mental energy suddenly surged out from his Naiwan palace and turned into 8 huge golden light swords. His right hand pointed at the void. The 8 golden light swords emitted intense golden light. They turned into 8 golden lights in the void and swept towards the blood claw in the void. Boom! The 8 golden light swords were like 8 sky-piercing stone pillars as they abruptly supported the blood claw that had increased in power. Xue Ying let out a furious roar as his slightly bent knees suddenly straightened. A supreme and powerful aura suddenly erupted. He extended his right hand and swung it like a propeller, heavily smashing against the enormous blood claw. Crack! A crisp sound reverberated. It was like a great bell that spread around the entire square. Then, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the huge blood claw in the void broke apart inch by inch. Poochie! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out from Su Chang's mouth. There was still a trace of disbelief in his eyes. His cultivation had already reached the half-step earthly king stage. Furthermore, he had even used a powerful heavenly armor skill. Even so, he was still no match for the youth standing in the middle of the square. How is this possible? I actually lost to a lowly commoner from a low-grade city. Impossible! Su Chang's body was like a fluttering butterfly as he suddenly flew backwards. The clothes on his body were torn apart inch by inch under the effect of the powerful force, revealing his body that was already riddled with scars. However, he still did not feel anything. Instead, he continuously muttered to himself. It was as if he still did not dare to believe that he had lost. Since you have lost, die. A figure suddenly appeared above Su Chang, revealing Zhuowen's delicate and handsome face. At this moment, a cold light shot out from Zhuowen's eyes. His right hand formed a sword, and he had already ruthlessly pressed towards Su Chang's forehead. Stop! Zhuowen, Su Chang is the second son of Marquis House of Baichuan. If you kill him, you will directly become the enemy of Marquis House of Baichuan. At that time, you will not have a good ending. A crisp voice suddenly reverberated in the square. The 9th Commandery Princess's beautiful eyes were filled with horror and surprise as she looked at Zhuowen and Su Chang, who was covered with cuts and bruises. She could not help but shout. Chapter 217. Moon Demon Spear, Bastard. This guy actually did it? The 9th Commandery Princess stomped her foot as she looked at the young man who had made a decisive move. Her face was full of anger. After all, Su Chang was the second son of Marquis Baichuan. If he died here, she would be held responsible. Boom! Zhuowen's eyes were filled with madness. The sword fingers of his right hand were wrapped in boundless yuan power as they ruthlessly pierced towards Su Chang's forehead. However, just as they were an inch away from Su Chang's forehead, a golden barrier suddenly appeared between Su Chang's brows. The golden barrier was as tough as steel. With a crisp sound of metal clashing against metal, Zhuowen's sword finger was deflected away. Protective numinous treasure? Focusing his gaze, Zhuowen quickly noticed the golden necklace around Su Chang's neck. The golden barrier was released from this necklace. Zhuowen, I told you to stop. Are you deaf? After such a delay, the 9th Commandery Princess also rushed over. She held a shining sword-shaped spiritual treasure in one hand. She waved it in the air and shot out several powerful sword chi. After using his mental strength to block the sword chi, Zhuowen knew that it was impossible for him to kill Su Chang now. He snorted coldly and grabbed the Qianquan bag on Su Chang's waist. After a few flashes, he arrived at the corner of the square. He stared at the 9th Commandery Princess who was chasing after him. The 9th Commandery Princess ordered several subordinates to catch Su Chang. Looking at Su Chang, who was in a semi-coma, she was shocked and angry. She was surprised that Zhuowen had defeated Su Chang so easily. Although Su Chang was somewhat of a playboy in the Baichuan Marquis mansion, he was still considered a relatively powerful genius. However, he was still defeated by Zhuowen, which naturally surprised her. She was furious that Zhuowen actually ignored her words. If it wasn't for Su Chang's protective spiritual treasure, she was afraid that Su Chang really wouldn't have been able to escape the fate of death. Ninth Commandery Princess, do you want to have a match with me? About 100 meters away, Zhuowen and the Ninth Commandery Princess were facing each other from a distance. To be honest, Zhuowen didn't like the Ninth Commandery Princess. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have been targeted by Lu Yuanhua, and the Zhuo family's gravity tower wouldn't have been taken away by Lu Yuanhua. It could be said that the culprit of today's situation was the unruly Ninth Commandery Princess. Hearing this, the Ninth Commandery Princess's pretty face changed. Her strength was at most equal to Su Chang's, or even slightly weaker. Although she had just obtained a medium-level spiritual treasure, she also knew that Zhuowen did not use his full strength in the battle just now. Therefore, even she was not confident that she could defeat Zhuowen. How did this guy improve so quickly? The Ninth Commandery Princess bit her lower lip and couldn't help but clench her fists. Her watery eyes stared at the young man in front of her, full of complicated feelings. She still remembered that when she first came to Rattan Armor City, the young man in front of her was insignificant to her. Although he amazed everyone in the competition for places, the young man's cultivation was still very low at that time. It was his amazing talent that surprised and impressed her. But in the end, Zhuowen at that time was someone she could only look down on. But now everything had changed. The young man who could only look up to her was now so powerful that he could kill Su Chang with one move. Even if she was facing the young man in front of her, she didn't have the slightest intention to fight. She looked at the young man in the distance and bit her red lips. Finally, she sighed and said, "Take Su Chang and let's go." After that, the Ninth Commandery Princess left the square with a group of people and walked towards the exit of the cave mansion. In the eyes of other warriors, the Ninth Commandery Princess's behavior was seen as a sign of weakness. Looking at the young man who was like a rock in the square and the graceful figure of the Ninth Commandery Princess, the square was suddenly in an uproar. Who is this young man? Su Chang of the House of Marquis Baichuan was defeated by him. Even the Ninth Commandery Princess of the House of Marquis Qin is afraid of him. Could it be that this young man's background is more powerful than the three marquises of the commandery capital? He is so powerful at such a young age. Such a genius can't be cultivated by ordinary forces. Just now, the Ninth Commandery Princess called him Zhuowen. Why do I feel that this name is so familiar? Zhuowen did not pay any attention to the crowd in the square, whose faces were filled with reverence. He leaped a few times and disappeared from where he stood, leaving behind many warriors in the square whose faces were filled with doubt. They were all very curious about Zhuowen's identity. I remember now. There is a genius in the Zhuo family of Rattan Armor City. His name is Zhuowen. I heard that he is only about 16 years old, which is quite similar to this young man. Could this young man be the genius from Rattan Armor City? Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed loudly. When these words were spoken, the scene fell into an instant of silence. Everyone looked at each other, the shock on their faces becoming even denser. No one expected that the young man who had shown his invincible power just now was only a disciple from a low-level family like Rattan Armor City. After leaving the square, Zhuowen found a secluded corner. With a wave of his right hand, he took out the Qiankuan bag that he had obtained from Su Chang. He forcefully erased the blood essence imprint in the Qiankuan bag. Zhuowen's mental energy was like a tidal wave as it entered the bag to search. An ink-black long spear suddenly appeared in Zhuowen's hand. The body of the spear was constantly emitting a black stream of light. What was even more surprising was that when the black stream of light was emitted, even the air seemed to be distorted. It was as if this stream of light contained an unknown powerful force. Feeling the strong aura of the long spear, Zhuowen's face revealed a joyful expression. He bit his finger and dripped his blood essence onto the long spear. The long spear hummed and the body of the spear trembled. The black light on the surface of the spear disappeared, revealing its original appearance. The demon moon dragon spine spear. Zhuowen muttered to himself as he stroked the dragon scale-like patterns on the spear. After dripping his blood essence, information about the spear appeared in his mind. It is indeed a soul treasure refined from the demon moon dragon spine? Looks like this dragon lord's senses were not wrong. Sitting on his shoulder, Xiao Hei's eyes emitted a trace of light as it suddenly opened its mouth. The demon moon dragon spine? Xiao Hei, since you allowed me to fight for this spear, it means that this spear should have some unique features. Now you should tell me about it. Zhuowen turned his head to look at Xiao Hei as he casually said, Kid, don't you know that you have picked up a treasure? Although the aura of the 3 soul treasures in the square is the weakest, this soul treasure has the most potential. This spear was refined from the spine of the powerful demon moon dragon from the ancient dragon tribe. As an ancient overlord, the demon moon dragon's spine has the power to shatter mountains. The power of the soul treasure refined from it is even more abnormal. Zhuowen was stunned. There was not the slightest hint of joy on his face. Instead, he was rather puzzled as he asked, After hearing what you have said, it seems rather amazing. However, you have made it sound so awesome. Why is this spear only a middle-rank soul treasure? This is what this dragon lord wants to explain. The material of your spear is indeed the demon moon dragon spine. However, it was refined from the spine of a young demon moon dragon. Naturally, its power is not as strong as the spine of an adult demon moon dragon. However, the demon moon dragon spine has an extremely abnormal characteristic. That is, it can evolve by devouring the essence blood of primordial beast. This is the potential that this dragon lord was talking about. As long as you continue to provide this spear with essence blood, this demon moon dragon spine spear will evolve into a high-rank soul treasure sooner or later. Xiao Hei rolled its eyes at Zhuowen as if it was blaming him for not knowing the value of the spear. When Zhuowen heard this, his face immediately flushed red. A glint flashed across his eyes. If what Xiao Hei had said was true, then the value of this demon moon dragon spine spear had far surpassed that of a middle-rank soul treasure. It was comparable to a high-rank soul treasure. Furthermore, this demon moon dragon spine spear does not only have this little benefit. If this dragon lord's senses are not wrong, it also contains a set of cultivation techniques. Xiao Hei's eyes flickered. It waved its right claw and a black ray of light shot into the dragon's spine spear. Then, the demon moon dragon spine spear suddenly trembled. An extremely loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the body of the spear. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar suddenly rang out in Zhuowen's ears. Then, the air around his body suddenly started to boil. It was as if countless hurricanes had swept out. At the same time, above Zhuowen, a huge dragon shadow that was thousands of feet long appeared. The dragon shadow had a pair of wings on its back. The dragon's wings were like the moon, emitting a bright light. The huge dragon's body was like an unending mountain range. The dragon shadow's huge lantern-like dragon eyes pierced through the void and stared straight at Zhuowen. Then, its gaze shifted slightly and stopped at Xiao Hei, who was on Zhuowen's shoulder. When it saw Xiao Hei, the dragon shadow's body suddenly trembled. The dragon's eyes actually lit up. Then, under Zhuowen's horrified gaze, it knelt on the ground and stared at Xiao Hei with reverence. It then let out a strange howl. How troublesome! This dragon lord can't even protect myself now. Once this dragon lord's strength has recovered to its peak, I will help you revive. For now, you should just obediently become this kid's weapon spirit. Xiao Hei swung its arm and said unhappily. Obviously, the dragon shadow and Xiao Hei had talked about something that Zhuowen did not know about. The dragon shadow nodded slightly. Then, it turned into a ray of light and entered the demon moon dragon spine spear. At the same time, a black ray of light shot into between Zhuowen's eyebrows at an extremely fast speed. Zhuowen was stunned. Then, to his surprise, he noticed that strange characters and some strange diagrams had appeared in his mind. They actually looked like cultivation techniques. Kid. That is the Demon Moon Dragon Tribe's inherited secret technique, the Demon Moon Secret Manual. This secret technique is compatible with your Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear and can unleash an extremely powerful force. If the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear is only a middle-rank soul treasure, then when it is combined with the Demon Moon Secret Manual, the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear can unleash the power of a high-rank soul treasure. When he heard these words, Zhuowen was shocked. Then, an ecstatic expression appeared on his face. It seemed that choosing the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear was the right choice. Chapter 218. 9 Heavens Blazing Thunder Flame. After walking out of this tunnel, the deepest part of the ancient cave will be right in front of us. However, the map seems to have recorded this tunnel, causing the path behind to become blurry. Within a pitch-black tunnel, a black figure was like a black bolt of lightning as it continuously sped forward. Soon after, the figure came to a stop and took out a yellowed map as it softly muttered to itself. This figure was Zhuowen, who had just left the plaza. At this moment, Zhuowen was holding the map in his hand, but his eyebrows were tightly knitted together. This was because the map in his hand had come to an abrupt end at this point. Looks like the deepest part of the cave definitely hides some kind of treasure that even the owner of the cave is unwilling to reveal. Otherwise, this map would not only mark this tunnel. Xiao He also saw the abnormality of the map and spoke somewhat helplessly. Kid. The end of this tunnel is definitely extremely dangerous. Do you still want to continue forward? Suddenly, Xiao He turned its head and stared at Zhuowen in a serious manner as it asked. Although the harvest this time is indeed pretty good, I really want to see just what kind of incredible treasure this ancient practitioner has left behind. Furthermore, as a practitioner, it is our duty to fight against the heavens. If we shrink back because of this, I'm afraid that such a person will never be able to become a practitioner in his lifetime. Therefore, let's bravely move forward. A glimmer of brilliance erupted from Zhuowen's eyes as he straightened his back. His body was filled with pride and confidence. Heh, you have some courage. However, you should also try your best to be careful. This Dragon Lord can sense that there is something extremely dangerous in the deepest part of the cave. Xiao He spoke rather cautiously. Upon seeing Xiao He's appearance, Zhuowen could not help but be startled. This was the first time he had seen Xiao He reveal such an expression. Clearly, there was indeed a danger in the deepest part of the cave that even Xiao He was afraid of. When he thought of this, Zhuowen also became even more vigilant. After walking in the passageway for about an hour, his vision suddenly widened. An extremely spacious area appeared in front of his eyes. In this area there were countless huge wooden pillars. The wooden pillars soared into the sky and were tightly packed together. They split into numerous wooden pillar passageways. The winding passageways were like a maze. Zhuowen was also taken aback by the change in the terrain. He took 2 steps forward and suddenly discovered that there were some ink-black limbs on the ground. He picked them up and took a closer look. They seemed to be broken human arms, but they were rather hard and cold to the touch, like bamboo joints. Moreover, Zhuowen also discovered unknown runes on the severed limb, which were emitting traces of strange energy. This is a puppet? Looking up, Zhuowen discovered that there were many of these limb-like things scattered on the road ahead. There were even some heads with lifeless faces. They are indeed puppets. However, these puppets aren't very strong. They should only be at the corporeal yang stage. The place was in a mess. It was obvious that Lu Yuanhua and his group had already passed by this place. Brat, what are you doing? Why are you collecting these puppet limbs? Xiao He looked at Zhuowen in confusion and asked. At this moment, Zhuowen waved his right hand and collected all the puppet limbs scattered in the passageway into his Qiankuan bag. The 10,000 Evolution Scripture is a secret spiritual skill to control puppets. Although the method to create puppets is recorded in it, I don't have any puppet materials. Therefore, I haven't made any puppets. Since these are the remains of the puppets, I can recycle them. After all, there are still some materials that can be used. Zhuowen replied without turning his head as he concentrated on collecting the puppet limbs in the passageway. Brat, you can actually think of such a way to use them. Xiao He was startled at first, but then a look of appreciation appeared in his eyes. These puppet limbs were trash to others, but to Zhuowen, who had the 10,000 evolution scripture, they were very valuable things. Along the way, Zhuowen found many puppet limbs. He even found the remains of some human king and earth king realm puppets. At the same time, there were also traces of fighting on the road. Obviously, only Lu Yuanhua, Su Mu, and the group of people from the 5 major forces could defeat Earth King realm puppets. He was secretly surprised by the strength of Lu Yuanhua and the others. His hands were not slow as he quickly collected all the puppet limbs into his Qiankuan bag. After all, the materials of Earth King realm puppets were much more precious than the previous puppet. Zhuowen naturally would not let them go to waste. After collecting along the way, more than half of the space in Zhuowen's Qiankuan bag was occupied by puppet limbs. According to Zhuowen's estimation, these puppet limbs were enough for him to create a puppet army of 100 people. Moreover, each of them would be at least at the human king realm. Moreover, with the materials of Earth King realm puppets, Zhuowen could create 2 more Earth King realm puppets. Thinking of this, Zhuowen could not hide the excitement in his heart. His Zhuo family, including himself and Zhuo Xiangding, only had 2 human king realm warriors. They did not have a single Earth King realm warrior. But now, relying on these materials and the puppet secret technique in the myriad evolution scripture, he could create a puppet army of 100 human king realm warriors. Among them, there would be 2 Earth King realm puppets. With such strength, even in the entire Muqin County, the Zhuo family would have a certain foothold. After running for another hour in the tunnel, there was still no end to the road in front of them. Something is wrong. I seem to have walked on this road just now. Zhuowen slowly walked to a wooden stake in the corner. There was an inconspicuous mark there. This mark was drawn by Zhuowen when he was collecting the puppet limbs. It seems like this wooden stake path is not simple. Clearly, there should be a formation inside. Xiao He had also discovered some clues. His eyes swept all around as he spoke in a grave manner. Then what should we do? I don't know anything about formations, Zhuowen said helplessly as he scratched his head and shrugged. Although this Dragon Lord isn't good at formations, this formation isn't too profound either, Xiao He said and closed her eyes. Her powerful divine sense spread out in all directions like a tide. Walk 300 steps forward, turn left, and walk 100 steps. Break the wooden stake in front of you and this formation will be broken. Hearing this, Zhuowen was skeptical. Following Xiao He's instructions, he walked 300 steps forward, turned left and walked 100 steps. He stopped in front of a rather inconspicuous wooden stake. Without hesitation, he waved his right fist, and with a blazing golden light, he hit the wooden stake in front of him with a rumble. Boom! Under the power of his fist, the wooden stake was instantly shattered into countless wood shavings. Unexpectedly, another deep tunnel appeared behind it. So the path that I have been walking on is just an illusion. The real path is hidden here. Zhuowen rolled his eyes and said somewhat speechlessly. After saying this, Zhuowen's feet did not slow down. With a push of his legs, his entire body flew into the tunnel like an arrow leaving the bow. In an instant, he disappeared from the entrance. After running for about 10 minutes in the tunnel, Zhuowen finally saw a white light screen at the end of the tunnel. He knew that the other end of the light screen was the core area of the ancient cave mansion. Lu Yuanhua and the rest were there. After muttering to himself for a while, Zhuowen took a step forward and directly rushed into the light screen. After walking into the light screen, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with darkness. In the next moment, countless lightning flashed and thunder roared in front of his eyes. At the same time, his ears resounded with the sound of thunder exploding. Zhuowen was startled. he immediately used his yuan power to protect his body. Only then did he begin to size up the environment in front of him. This was a huge palace. The floor was made up of sparkling and translucent white jade. At the top of the palace there was a dazzling golden throne. Clearly, it was the seat of the owner of the cave mansion when he was alive. However, what shocked Zhuowen was not the throne at the top of the palace. Instead, it was the three-legged giant cauldron that was floating in the middle of the palace. The surface of the giant cauldron was bound by black metal chains that were as thick as the mouth of a bowl. It was suspended at the top of the cauldron. Below the giant cauldron, there was a strange flame that was continuously burning. Why was this flame called strange? It was because the flame below the giant cauldron did not burn like an ordinary flame. Instead, it was light blue in color. Moreover, during the burning process, it continuously emitted countless thunderbolts. It was as if this strange blue flame could produce thunderbolts. Damn! This can't be the nine heavens thunder inferno, right? After seeing the strange flame below the giant cauldron, Xiao Hei suddenly jumped up. She suppressed the excitement in her voice and exclaimed, "Nine heavens thunder inferno?" Zhuowen was startled. Immediately, he subconsciously asked. He could sense that this flame that contained thunderbolts was not ordinary. Its might was many times stronger than the Nirvana demon flame. Clearly, its rank was much higher than the Nirvana demon flame. The Nine Heavens Thunder Inferno is a flame that was born from the Nine Heavens' mysterious lightning. It contains the powerful energy of both the lightning origin and the flame origin. Of course, it can also be said to be a strange flame. The might of this flame is not the least bit inferior to the mysterious lightning. Both of them possess an earth-shaking power. Little fellow, the Nine Heavens Thunder Inferno is a genuine earth-rank energy. Moreover, it is one of the best and most powerful among the earth-rank energies. It is an existence that is ranked at the top among the many earth-rank energies. If you are able to completely refine the Nine Heavens Thunder Inferno's essence, the might of your ice-fire holy symbol will increase by another level. Xiao Hei's voice immediately contained a rich excitement. Her quick-witted eyes became extremely anxious. It was obvious that the Nine Heavens Thunder Inferno in front of her was not ordinary. Moreover, when he heard that the Nine Heavens Thunder Inferno could increase the might of the ice-fire holy symbol, Zhuowen's eyes also erupted with a shocking radiance. The power that the ice-fire holy symbol brought to him was indeed extremely heaven-defying. However, he only had the Nirvana demon flame and the heaven terminus cold chi in his body. The power that he could unleash was already unable to cause too much damage to an earthly king stage cultivator. Chapter 219. Nine-wheel burning heaven cauldron. Many people had already gathered in the huge palace. Among them were Lu Yuanhua of the house of Marquis Qin, Su Mu of the Marquis of Baichuan, Qin Hui of the Marquis Yongxing, Guang Imo of the Imperial Sword Sect, and Qing Lian of the Jade Lady Star Court, whose face was covered by a veil. They were all gathered in the palace, looking up at the mountain-like cauldron in the sky above the palace. In addition to the 5 young representatives of the 5 great forces, there were also experts sent by the 5 great forces in the palace. Obviously, they were sent to assist Lu Yuanhua, Su Mu, and the others. They were all Heavenly King stage experts. Zhuowen even saw a familiar figure beside Lu Yuanhua. It was the Heavenly King stage expert, Lingzhu, whom he had met a few times before. At this time, Lingzhu was standing behind Lu Yuanhua with an expressionless face. Zhuowen's sudden intrusion immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the palace. When they saw Zhuowen's handsome face, they were all stunned. Obviously, they did not expect that there would be a cultivator other than the 5 great forces that would enter this place. After all, the checkpoints before the cave were filled with danger. Even if it was an Earth King stage cultivator, it would not be an easy task to reach the palace located in the deepest part of the cave. However, now that they saw an unknown 16-year-old young man enter the palace, it naturally caused many people to be surprised and curious. No one present would have thought that Zhuowen was able to break into the depths of the cave mansion, mainly because he relied on the map and Xiao Hei's perception ability to avoid many traps in advance and reach this place. However, the surprise in everyone's eyes disappeared in a flash. Then, they ignored Zhuowen. In their opinion, Zhuowen should have broken into this place by luck. Moreover, Zhuowen was alone and did not pose the slightest threat to them. Within the group, LV Yuanhua narrowed his eyes as he stared at the youth that had just appeared not far away. A dense, chilling intent flashed within the depths of his eyes as he muttered in a low voice, "I truly did not expect that this brat would actually be able to barge into this place. This has truly given me a huge shock. Once we have obtained the treasures here, we will settle our old grudges with you." Lingju looked at Zhuowen with a complicated gaze. He sighed and shook his head, but did not say anything. After sweeping a glance at the people in the palace, Zhuowen walked to a corner without saying a word. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the giant cauldron suspended in mid-air and the 9 heavens thunder inferno, which was continuously releasing lightning energy. Now that he had walked closer, he realized that the mountain-like giant cauldron was surrounded by endless 9 heavens thunder inferno. At a glance, it was like a sea of fire. Waves of blazing heat also pounced on his face, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily break out in a hot sweat. It seems that the giant cauldron in midair should be a treasure, Zhuowen exclaimed to himself as he felt the powerful aura that was continuously being emitted from the giant cauldron. The fact that the giant cauldron was not damaged in the slightest under the burning of a powerful flame like the 9 heavens thunder inferno was enough to show how extraordinary it was. If this dragon lord is not wrong, this giant cauldron should be an earthly soul treasure. It seems that the owner of this cave mansion has quite a deep background to actually possess such a powerful treasure like an earthly soul treasure. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. After entering the palace, Xiao Hei consciously entered Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. After all, the cultivators gathered here were basically all at the earthly king stage and above. There were even heavenly king stage cultivators. When the time came, Xiao Hei's existence would very likely be discovered. Earthly soul treasure? Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils abruptly shrank as he muttered in disbelief. Zhuowen had heard of earthly soul treasures before. This kind of soul treasure was even more powerful than high-grade soul treasures. It was said that this kind of soul treasure had the power to split mountains and overturn mountains and seas. Even the factions of the 3 marquises of the province did not necessarily possess such a soul treasure. Even if they did, they were extremely rare and belonged to the category of treasures. Zhuowen had never seen a soul treasure of this level before. He did not expect that he would actually be able to see it with his own eyes. Furthermore, the giant cauldron should also contain some extraordinary elixirs. After all, something that can be refined using a powerful flame like the 9 heavens thunder inferno can definitely be called a rare elixir. Xiao Hei's voice rang out again, causing Zhuowen to be rather astonished. It seems that this giant cauldron soul treasure is really quite extraordinary. The ultimate goal of Lu Yuanhua and the others in the ancient cave mansion should be the giant cauldron soul treasure in this palace. Glancing at the people from the 5 great factions who were rubbing their shoulders and keeping their guard up against each other, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed as he suddenly came to a realization. An earthly soul treasure is not so easy to obtain. The 9 heavens thunder inferno in front of the giant cauldron is like a natural chasm. Even a heavenly king stage practitioner would find it difficult to get close to the giant cauldron. Furthermore, this palace is not as simple as it seems. Look around you. Xiao Hei coldly smiled and said indifferently. Hearing this, Zhuowen couldn't help but scan the surroundings. He was surprised to discover that there were actually rows of human-shaped statues around the palace. At a glance, there were a total of 18 of them. Every single one of them was several hundred meters tall, and they stood tall. These statues were all glaring angrily. They held various weapons in their hands and wore heavy armor on their bodies. Just by looking at them, there was a kind of aura that was as vast as a mountain flowing out. There must be an extremely powerful formation in this palace. If someone really wants to snatch the giant cauldron soul treasure, I'm afraid that it will immediately activate the formation in the palace. At this point, Xiao He said with a rather serious expression. Zhuowen's expression turned cold. However, a vigilant look appeared on his face. He knew that the formation that Xiao He mentioned was definitely related to the 18 statues around them. Just as Zhuowen was secretly on guard, Lu Yuanhua, who was standing at the front of the group, stepped forward. His gaze swept across the people from the other 4 great factions. However, when his gaze swept across Zhuowen, a meaningful look appeared on his face. Everyone here is from the strongest factions in our province. I'm sure that you all know how extraordinary this cauldron is. When Lu Yuanhua said this, everyone nodded one after another. The gazes that were gathered on the giant cauldron also became quite fervent. Many people present recognized the powerful flame that was the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame. The fact that the cauldron was not damaged by such a powerful flame was already proof of how extraordinary it was. Young Master Lu, don't keep everyone in suspense. Since you have already spoken, you must know the origin of this cauldron. It's better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. Let's hear it together. A clear voice rang out like a lark. Qing Lian from the Jade Lady Star Court was the first to speak. That's right. Brother Lu, who doesn't know that your father is awesome? Since he can use the limitless heaven and earth secret technique to detect the location of the cave, I'm sure that he is no stranger to the owner of this cave. Sumu, who had a sturdy body and bare arms, said in a rough voice. Lu Yuanhua smiled slightly and said indifferently, although my father has the limitless heaven and earth secret technique, it is not as magical as Brother Su said. In fact, my father does not know the origin of the owner of this cave. However, it is absolutely true that this giant cauldron is a genuine earth-rank spiritual treasure. When Lu Yuanhua said this, the scene suddenly became quiet. Many people's breathing became rapid. Earth-rank spiritual treasures were quite rare even for the 5 great forces of the province. They did not expect that there would be an earth-rank spiritual treasure in this somewhat dilapidated cave. Brother Lu, is this true? Is this giant cauldron really an earth-rank spiritual treasure? Qin Hui from the Eternal Prosperity Marquis Mansion could not help but ask in surprise. His right hand that was holding the feather fan trembled. Only an earth-rank spiritual treasure can be undamaged by the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame. This cauldron is called the 9 heavens inferno cauldron. It is said that it was a personal cauldron of a powerful alchemist in ancient times. It has a strange and unpredictable power. Lu Yuanhua said indifferently with his hands behind his back. A personal cauldron of an alchemist? Everyone was shocked by Lu Yuanhua's words. As one of the great forces of the province, they had naturally heard of alchemists, a special profession that had disappeared since ancient times. It was said that the alchemists of ancient times all had extraordinary power. Not only could they refine powerful pills that could revive the dead, but they could also concoct powerful poisons that could kill saints. They could also borrow the power of the strange flames of heaven and earth to help them, displaying power that could overturn mountains and seas. In any case, according to the records in the ancient books, the alchemists of ancient times were a group of extremely abnormal people. Even the great forces were not willing to offend them. Since the alchemists were so powerful, their personal cauldron naturally could not be mediocre. When they thought of the various powerful legends of the alchemists, everyone's eyes became even more fervent. They knew that the 9 heavens inferno cauldron in front of them was definitely not an ordinary earth-rank spiritual treasure. Lu Yuanhua smiled as he looked at the various expressions in front of him. He opened his mouth again and said, "Everyone can see that there is a strange flame like the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame in front of the 9 heavens thunder inferno cauldron. If I'm not wrong, There should be a layer of restriction within the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame. Therefore, if we want to obtain this cauldron, we must break through the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame. According to young Master Lu's words, we should first work together to break through the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame outside the cauldron? Qing Lian's beautiful eyes moved as she spoke again. Miss Qing Lian is really smart. Since we have already worked together once outside the cave, we can naturally work together again this time, right? Lu Yuanhua flattered and said in a graceful manner. After we break through the restriction, how will the ownership of this cauldron be decided? Su Mu crossed his arms and sneered. After we break through the restriction, it will naturally depend on our own abilities. After all, there is only one 9 heavens inferno cauldron, and there are so many of us. Lu Yuanhua glanced at Su Mu indifferently and said calmly. Chapter 220. An unforeseen event. Since everyone has agreed, there is no need to waste any more time. Now we must first break the 9 heaven thunder inferno. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lu Yuanhua nodded his head in satisfaction. He patted his Qianquan bag and took out a funnel-shaped jade pot. The surface of the jade pot was sparkling and translucent, emitting traces of bone-chilling cold air. Ice profound pot? Looks like young Master Lu is really well prepared. He even prepared a soul treasure that can restrain the mysterious flame. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes moved as she stared at the jade pot in Lu Yuanhua's hand and said in surprise. Due to Qing Lian's voice, everyone's gazes simultaneously gathered on the ice-profound pot in Lu Yuanhua's hand. They all let out an uproar. Clearly, the ice-profound pot in his hand was quite famous. Is it another high-grade soul treasure? Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he stared at the ice-profound pot in Lu Yuanhua's hand and muttered to himself. He thought that Lu Yuanhua only had the purple gold door, a high-grade soul treasure. He did not expect the latter to have another high-grade soul treasure. Fortunately, I did not fight with this guy back then. Otherwise, the consequences would be really bad. Cold sweat appeared on Zhuowen's forehead as he thought about how Lu Yuanhua had more than one high-grade soul treasure. Even if he were to fight with Lu Yuanhua now, he should not have much chance of winning. Miss Qing Lian has good eyesight. This ice-profound pot is refined from 10,000-year mysterious ice. It is an extremely and cold soul treasure that can restrain the flame. However, the 9 heaven thunder inferno is after all an extremely powerful mysterious flame among the earth-rank flames. Therefore, even if the ice-profound pot has the ability to restrain the flame, I'm afraid that it will not last for long. I hope that everyone can quickly break the formation. After he finished speaking, Lu Yuanhua did not beat around the bush anymore. Instead, he suddenly formed a series of complicated seals with both of his hands as he spat out obscure characters. After that, he raised his right hand and the mysterious ice pot in his palm immediately emitted an ear-piercing buzzing sound as it flew towards the 9 heavens thunder flame in the sky. In the process of flying, the size of the ice-profound pot also expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it expanded from the size of a palm to the size of several tens of meters. At the same time, a dense cold air suddenly burst out from the ice-profound pot and actually dispersed the high temperature in the palace by quite a bit. At this moment, Lu Yuanhua's gaze slightly congealed. His right hand formed a sword finger, and the powerful elemental energy immediately turned into a fine light and entered the ice-profound pot in the air. Whoosh! A subtle sound rang out. Immediately after, the ice-profound pot in midair emitted a dazzling blue light. Immediately after, an endless amount of cold air gushed out from the pot's mouth, forming an endless amount of cold air hurricane in the air. It ferociously swept towards the 9 heavens thunder blaze. Rumble! The powerful cold air suddenly collided with the center of the blue-colored flame, which contained an endless amount of thunderbolts. Immediately, countless lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Numerous large thunderbolts, which were as thick as water buckets, cut through the empty space and spread in all directions. There were even a couple of thunderbolts that directly landed on the ground of the palace, directly smashing the ground and forming an unfathomably deep pit. What a frightening strength! This nine heavens thunder blaze is actually so frightening? Zhuowen's expression changed slightly as he looked at the seemingly bottomless pit a short distance away. He had finally understood the frightening strength of the nine heavens thunder blaze. This strength had already far exceeded the nirvana demon flame. Even the ice-fire flame that he had merged together was likely unable to compare with the lightning fire strength that the nine heavens thunder blaze emitted. In the sky, the endless cold air and the powerful lightning and fire energy formed a stalemate at this moment. It was as if the space had been divided into two regions. For a moment, the temperature in the entire hall became quite strange. It was sometimes cold and sometimes hot. It was constantly changing. When the ice and fire energies collided, it instantly caused a chain explosion. Colorful energy continued to scatter in the sky. From time to time, circles of energy clusters would erupt. The energy ripples that were created were like ripples that spread across the entire hall. Under these ripples, the enormous palace actually began to shake violently. It was as though the sky and earth were falling apart at this moment. "Elder Ling, lend me a hand." Lu Yuanhua let out a muffled groan. His expression immediately became incomparably pale as he cried out to Lingzhu beside him. Lingzhu nodded slightly. Her foot suddenly stomped and the strength of the Heavenly King stage was suddenly unleashed. Immediately, her right hand was placed on the back of Lu Yuanhua's shoulder. A wave of powerful yuan power suddenly poured into the latter's body like a river entering the sea. With the support of Lingzhu's yuan power, the ice mysterious pot in the sky suddenly hummed. It actually emitted an intense blue glow, after which, an even more intense cold air shot out from the mouth of the pot, vaguely showing signs of covering the sky. Bang! The cold air, whose strength had greatly increased, was like a sharp long spear. It actually bravely charged forward and pierced a hole in the nine heavens thunder blaze in the sky. On the other side of the hole was the nine-ring burning sky cauldron that was quietly suspended. There was a layer of colorful light curtain in front of the nine-ring burning sky cauldron. Clearly, there was a layer of restriction blocking it. Everyone, quickly break the restriction. The ice mysterious pot will not be able to last for long. Lu Yuanhua's face revealed a wild joy as he looked at the hole in the sea of fire in the sky. He cried out loudly, "Good break! I'll go first." Looking at the hole in the sky, Su Mu laughed heartily. He suddenly pulled out the long-handled broadsword on his back. With a stomp of his feet, his entire body shot into the hole like an arrow released from a bow. With both hands holding the hilt of the broadsword, he ruthlessly smashed it against the light curtain. "I can't fall behind brother Su Mu." Qin Hui waved his feather fan. The yuan power in the air suddenly boiled and finally formed a monstrous wave. It fiercely swept out and rushed into the light curtain in the hole. Guang Mo was not to be outdone. He pulled out the green separation sword on his back and formed a sword seal. The green separation sword in his hand turned into a green glow. It cut through the void and blasted towards the light curtain. Finally, Qing Lian's jade feet stepped on the nebula. She gently stretched out her pure white wrist. Specks of starlight were like countless hidden weapons. They fiercely flew out and shot towards the light curtain in the hole. In the end, they ruthlessly imprinted themselves on the surface of the light curtain. A crisp sound of collision followed. Bang! A violent explosion suddenly sounded, following which the entire palace trembled a few times. Following which, the five-colored light curtain in the hole actually began to rapidly spread and crack. When the cracks spread to the edge crack, a crisp sound followed. Then, with a bang, the five-colored light curtain shattered into powder. This layer of restriction is so weak? It broke with just one attack? Su Mu, who was holding the long-handled broadsword in his hand, looked at the shattered light curtain with some surprise and doubt as he whispered, Originally, in his opinion, the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron was at least an earthly soul treasure. The restriction on its surface should be even more difficult to break than the 9 heavens thunder flame. However, he did not expect that a casual joint attack would be able to break it. Even Lu Yuanhua, who had been controlling the ice-profound pot, was stunned. He did not expect the restriction on the burning sky cauldron to be so weak. Could not even withstand a single blow. If I had known it would be so easy, I wouldn't have wasted so much effort. Su Mu's eyes flickered. His feet suddenly stepped into the air, and his entire body directly drilled into the hole. He actually wanted to directly snatch the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. Su Mu. You bastard. Damn it. This guy is really despicable. When Lu Yuanhua, Guang Mo, and Qin Hui saw Su Mu's actions, they could not help but curse in shock and anger. Even Qing Lian's beautiful face changed greatly. Because Su Mu's position was closest to the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron, when everyone present reacted, Su Mu had already arrived in front of the cauldron. You don't have to blame me. Brother Lu said in advance that snatching the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron depends on one's own ability. This young master grasped the opportunity, and that is my ability. The 9-wheel burning sky cauldron is destined to belong to our Baichuan marquis mansion. Su Mu looked up to the sky and laughed. His face was full of joy. In the corner of the palace, Zhuowen, who had been silently watching, looked at Su Mu beside the burning sky cauldron with a strange expression on his face. Su Mu looked rather boorish on the outside, but he was a meticulous person. He was definitely shrewd. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. Zhuowen had already seen through Su Mu's plan when he attacked. After all, this guy had deliberately approached the hole when he attacked. Others might not be able to see through his intentions, but as a spectator, Zhuowen had already vaguely guessed it. It seems that the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron also belongs to someone. This time, I won't be able to obtain any benefits. However, although I can't obtain an earthly soul treasure like the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron, if I can obtain the origin of the 9 heavens thunder flame, it won't be a loss. Zhuowen's throat trembled as he looked at the 9 heavens thunder flame in the sky with blazing eyes. A trace of desire appeared on his face. The 9 heavens thunder flame might be a disaster to others, but to Zhuowen, who possessed the ice-fire sacred symbol, it was the best nourishment. A nourishment that could increase his strength. Kid, something's not right. The restriction on the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron is not simple. Just as Zhuowen's mind was filled with thoughts, Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Zhuowen was stunned. Just as he was about to ask what was wrong, Su Mu's eyes were filled with greed. His hands could not wait to grab the giant cauldron. Boom! The surface of the giant cauldron instantly shot out a blazing golden light. Then, an extremely powerful force suddenly blasted Su Mu's chest. Su Mu was caught off guard and was hit directly by this force. Poochie! Su Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell down like a powerless butterfly, smashing a deep hole in the ground. This unforeseen event immediately stunned Lu Yuanhua and the others. They could not help but look at the giant cauldron in the sky. At this moment, the giant cauldron was spinning rapidly. Countless black iron chains wrapped around the cauldron were squirming like snake. Creak, creak. An ear-piercing sound rang out. Suddenly, 18 huge black iron chains flew out from the cauldron and pierced into the 18 huge statues that were arranged horizontally around the hall. At the same time, a strange energy was transmitted from the cauldron to the 18 statues through the chains. Golden light began to appear on the surface of the 18 statues. This golden light continued to merge into the statues. Gradually, the surface of the statues began to become clearer. Pa! One of the statues suddenly opened its eyes. It was a pair of eyes with golden light flowing through them. Pa! 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 Chapter 221. Formation restriction. The space around them suddenly changed. Everyone who had been in the hall was suddenly trapped in a vast void. It was difficult to distinguish north from south, east from west, and even up from down. Rumble! Rumble! An earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out. 18 huge statues that were as big as mountains, with their legs that were like pillars that supported the heavens, fiercely gathered in the middle. They held various weapons in their hands as they coldly stared at the people in the formation. Formation restriction. Lu Yuanhua's expression changed drastically. It seems that the light screen on the surface of the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron is only an illusion. This is the true formation of the hall. As expected, since the owner of the cave mansion was able to openly place an Earth-rank soul treasure in this hall, it means that this place is not simple. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes moved as she frowned slightly. However, it seems that someone's efforts were in vain. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron, but who would have thought that his joy would turn into sorrow and he would end up like this? Qin Hui waved his feather fan as his peach blossom eyes stared gloatingly at the deep pit not far away. Boom! A figure suddenly jumped out of the deep pit. He coughed a few times as he clutched his chest. His expression had become extremely gloomy. This figure was Su Mu, who had been immensely proud of himself just a moment ago. Su Mu's face was pale, his chest was heaving up and down rapidly, and his breathing was rapid. It was obvious that the blow he had just received was not weak. He ignored Qin Hui's ridicule and silently gathered in the middle of the encirclement. His gaze was extremely fearful as he looked at the 18 stone statues that were slowly closing in on them. Zhuowen, who was originally in a corner, had no choice but to move towards Lu Yuanhua's group because of the gathering of the 18 stone statues. Everyone, I am Zhuowen. Now that we are all in danger together, one more person means one more strength. I hope that everyone will allow me to join you. Zhuowen knew that he could no longer stand aside and watch the show. If he wanted to survive in the formation, he had to join forces with these people. Just by looking at the 18 stone statues, one could tell how powerful this formation was. Zhuowen's words attracted everyone's attention. They had naturally noticed Zhuowen's arrival at the beginning, but they felt that Zhuowen was only at the human king realm. They felt that such weak strength posed no threat to them, so they subconsciously ignored him. Now that everyone was trapped in the array formation, they were all in the same boat. Naturally, no one would reject an extra helping hand. However, just as everyone was about to make their move, Lu Yuanhua, who was in the middle of the group, had a cold glint in his eyes. He coldly laughed and said, "Who do you think you are? With your low cultivation, you'll only be a burden in our team." Zhuowen's face immediately darkened when he heard Lu Yuanhua's words. His advancing figure also stopped because of this. He coldly stared at Lu Yuanhua, who was not far away. The group also fell silent because of Lu Yuanhua's words. Everyone's eyes flickered, and their gazes landed on Lu Yuanhua and Zhuowen. They knew that there was probably some enmity between the two of them. Otherwise, Lu Yuanhua would not target Zhuowen like this. There were originally a few people in the team who had the intention of recruiting Zhuowen, but after hearing LV Yuanhua's words, they immediately swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. After all, behind Lu Yuanhua was a huge force like the house of Marquis Qin. Moreover, Lu Yuanhua had a peak Heavenly King realm cultivator like Lingzhu by his side. He could be said to be the strongest person in the group, so Lu Yuanhua's words undoubtedly carried the most weight in the group. "Why aren't you scramming? Do you want me to act before you're willing to leave?" Lu Yuanhua narrowed his eyes, and a faintly discernible killing intent immediately spread out. It seemed to indicate that if Zhuowen did not leave, he would really kill him. Zhuowen's face suddenly changed, and his heart was filled with anger. He could feel that the 18 huge stone statue puppets that were closing in on him were all at the Heavenly King realm. With his strength alone, even if he faced a single huge stone statue puppet, he would not have the slightest chance of victory, not to mention there were 18 of them. Just as Zhuowen was about to explode, Xiao Hei's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Brat, don't be rash. With your current strength, you are not a match for these people. Since this bastard doesn't want you to stay, we'll leave. This Dragon Lord has a secret technique that can help you temporarily avoid being locked on by the formation and hide your body. When Zhuowen heard this, the anger in his heart subsided a little. He looked deeply at Lu Yuanhua, who was not far away, and said coldly, Lu Yuanhua, I Zhuowen will remember what you did to me today. In the future, I will definitely repay you 100-fold. After saying this, Zhuowen stomped his foot and flew away from the center of the group. And the direction he was going was the encirclement of the huge stone statues. What an ignorant fool! You actually still want to take revenge. With your meager strength, do you still have any chance of survival in such a formation? LV Yuanhua looked at Zhuowen's distant back and laughed coldly in a low voice. Su Mu, Qing Lian, Guang Mo, and Qin Hui did not have the slightest reaction to Lu Yuanhua's actions. They just looked on coldly. In their opinion, a human king realm cultivator like Zhuowen was equivalent to a clown jumping around in front of them. He could only jump around a few times in front of them and could not cause the slightest stir. Brother Lu, do you know this brat? Qin Hui asked curiously at this time. We've met a few times. He's just a clown. Lu Yuanhua said with a cold smile. But is there something wrong with this brat's brain? He actually rushed towards the huge stone statues. If this young master's guess is correct, these 18 huge stone statues all have the strength of a heavenly king realm cultivator. This brat is simply courting death. Su Mu also spoke at this time. He stared at Zhuowen's back and said with pity, why didn't the huge stone statues attack Zhuowen? Qing Lian, who was originally looking on coldly, suddenly exclaimed. Under the thin veil, one could vaguely see that her cherry-red lips were slightly open and she had a shocked expression. Miss Qing Lian, could it be that you're mistaken? How could the huge stone statues not attack that brat? Could it be that this brat is the owner of the cave mansion? Speaking up to here, Lu Yuanhua also looked at Zhuowen's figure in the distance. When he saw that Zhuowen had indeed passed by the huge stone statues, the smile on his face abruptly stopped and his pupils shrank. Swish, swish, swish. Su Mu, Guang Mo, Qin Hui, and the others also looked forward when they heard this. They found that the figure had indeed passed by the huge stone statues, as if nothing had happened. After arriving at the back of the huge stone statues, the expression on his face was even more interesting than Lu Yuanhua's. In the distance, Zhuowen turned around and looked at the people who were surrounded by the huge stone statues. The corners of his mouth revealed a faint mocking smile, as if he was laughing at their behavior of trying to expel him. At this time, Zhuowen's body was shrouded in a faint black mist. This black mist was formed by Xiao Hei's source strength and could isolate him from the spirit array to a large extent. This was also the reason why the huge stone statues did not attack Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen seemed quite calm when he passed by the huge stone statues, in fact, he was already on tenterhooks. He was afraid that the huge stone statues would stop and attack him. With the power of the huge stone statues, if they really took a hit, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. However, Xiao Hei's secret technique could not be maintained for long. The spirit array had sealed the surrounding space, so Zhuowen still could not leave the spirit array. If the time limit was up and the spirit array was not broken, Zhuowen would be exposed. The task of breaking the spirit array will be left to them. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Zhuowen said with a hint of schadenfreude. Young Master Lu, it seems that you have chased away a key person. Since the huge stone statues did not attack him, it means that he probably knows how to break the spirit array. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes darkened as she frowned and said with some displeasure. As soon as Qing Lian's words came out, it immediately caused many people in the group to be dissatisfied. They all gathered their gazes on Lu Yuanhua. Brother Lu, this time you really got us into trouble. This boy obviously came over to help us, but you just sent him away with a simple sentence. What is the meaning of this? Su Mu's words were the most direct. At this time, he did not hesitate to open his mouth and speak. Although Qin Hui, Guang Mo, and the others did not say anything, their narrowed eyes showed their dissatisfaction. Obviously, their thoughts were the same as Su Mu's. For a moment, the atmosphere in the group suddenly became strange. Everyone stared at LV Yuanhua, their gazes faintly containing a questioning intent. Under the gaze of so many people, Lu Yuanhua's eyes slowly became gloomy and his face became abnormally ugly. Originally, he wanted to use the spirit array to get rid of Zhuowen, the boy who had once offended him. However, he never expected that Zhuowen actually had a way to avoid the attack of the huge stone statues and even acted as if nothing had happened. This not only made Lu Yuanhua shocked and angry, but it also made him extremely angry. After all, he was the one who chased away Zhuowen. Now that everyone was pointing their spears at him, he felt a little embarrassed. Intruder! Die! A series of deafening noises suddenly rang out. Every step the giant stone statue took was like the weight of Mount Tai, causing the earth to tremble incessantly. Xiao! 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 At the same time, the surrounding huge stone statues suddenly revealed countless holes in their bodies. Then, a dense number of ice arrows shot out from the holes and directly enveloped Lu Yuanhua's group. Now is not the time to talk about this. The huge stone statues have already launched their attack. We must work together to get through this calamity. Otherwise, we will all die here. Looking at the dense number of ice arrows in the sky, Lu Yuanhua roared. A powerful yuan power erupted from his body and released a thick golden wall in front of him. The others also knew that this was not the time to pursue this matter. They all used their own defensive techniques and began to block the incoming ice arrows. Bang! The countless ice arrows arrived in an instant and fiercely poured into the golden wall in front of Lu Yuanhua. Suddenly, countless ripples appeared and Lu Yuanhua was forced to take a few steps back. Chapter 222. Golden Armored Generals Formation. What a powerful attack! Staring at the cracks on the surface of the golden wall, LV Yuanhua's expression suddenly changed. The golden wall was his strongest defensive means, but under the attack of the frost arrows, it actually had traces of cracks. Xiu xiu xiu. Another ear-piercing sound rang out as another wave of arrows rained down on Lu Yuanhua. Young master, be careful! With a loud shout, Lingju appeared in front of Lu Yuanhua like a ghost. With a push of his hands, a stone wall that was several feet tall rose from the ground and blocked in front of Lu Yuanhua. Boom boom boom! The peerlessly powerful frost arrow blasted onto the stone wall, emitting a clanging sound of metal clashing. There were even sparks flying out from the collision between the two. Lingju was indeed a peak Heavenly King stage cultivator. He was actually able to block these powerful ice arrows with ease. Seeing Lingju block the arrows, Lu Yuanhua sighed and asked with a frown, "Uncle Ling, what should we do now?" Lingju's brows were tightly knitted as he stared at the approaching stone statues. He sighed and said, "The main attack of this formation is these 18 stone statues. If we want to break this formation, we have to first find the core of the formation and destroy it. Secondly, we have to destroy all 18 stone statues in front of us. This formation has even sealed the space. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to find the core," Lu Yuanhua said helplessly. "Actually, it's not that there's no other way. That Zhuowen was able to dodge the attacks of the stone statues. It's very likely that he knows where the core of the formation is. If he's willing to help us, we might really be able to break this formation." Lingju glanced at Lu Yuanhua and said with some hesitation. Hearing these words, Lu Yuanhua's face immediately darkened. He shifted his gaze and looked at the leisurely figure in the distance. The gloominess on his face instantly turned into anger. Zhuowen was someone he had personally chased away. If he were to ask for Zhuowen's help now, he would be slapping his own face. With Lu Yuanhua's prideful personality, it was unlikely that he would beg Zhuowen. That damned little bastard. If we can break this formation, I will definitely not let that little bastard go. Uncle Ling, you don't have to say anything. Given the strength of our 5 great factions, it is still possible to deal with these 18 large stone statues. LV Yuanhua glared fiercely at Zhuowen in the distance as he spoke in a vicious manner. Lingzhu sighed. He also knew that with Lu Yuanhua's character and the enmity between him and Zhuowen, the latter would definitely not lower himself to beg Zhuowen. At the same time, Qin Hui of the Eternal Prosperity Marquis Mansion, Guang Mo of the Imperial Sword Sect, Qing Lian of the Jade Lady Star Court, and Su Mu of the 100 Rivers Marquis Mansion all dodged the rain of arrows with the help of the experts in their respective teams. They all turned around and approached Lu Yuanhua. After all, Lu Yuanhua represented the House of Marquis Qin, which was the largest faction in the Qin County. At the same time, he also had a peak Heavenly King stage cultivator by his side. He could be considered the strongest faction in the Qin County. In this crisis, Lu Yuanhua's side was naturally the main force. Brother Lu, what should we do now? Several people gathered around Lu Yuanhua. There was a trace of worry between their brows. It was obvious that the rain of arrows just now was not easy for them. The only way to break the formation now is to destroy the 18 huge stone statues. Everyone, don't hold back. Only by destroying the huge stone statues will we be able to escape. LV Yuanhua's expression darkened slightly as he spoke in a grave manner. Destroy the stone statues? These stone statues are all around the Heavenly King stage. If there was only one, it would be fine, but there are 18 of them here. This is equivalent to 18 Heavenly King stage cultivators working together. Su Mu shouted as he blocked the rain of arrows. Humph! You all only need to restrain the stone statues. As for the task of destroying them, leave it to me and Uncle Ling. As he spoke, a trace of pain flashed across Lu Yuanhua's face. He patted his Qiankuan bag and took out 8 golden octahedral crystals. The crystals emitted a dazzling light that was rather dazzling. Lingzhu's eyes widened when he saw Lu Yuanhua take out the 8 golden crystals. He could not help but ask, "Young master, are you planning to use this thing?" "Brother Lu, this is..." Everyone also noticed Lingzhu's strange behavior. Their gazes gathered on the 8 golden crystals in Lu Yuanhua's hand as a trace of doubt appeared on their faces. This is a Grade 4 origin formation called the Golden Armor General Formation. It is an origin formation formed by 8 Grade 4 Golden Armor Origin crystals using a special method. This formation can raise the user's strength to the Ultimate Emperor stage for a short period of time. Lu Yuanhua said in a low voice. It's actually a Grade 4 origin formation? Lu Yuanhua's words immediately caused an uproar. Whether it was Su Mu, Guang Mo, Qin Hui, or Qing Lian, they were all shocked. They did not expect Lu Yuanhua to have something as powerful as a Grade 4 origin formation. After all, a Grade 4 origin formation could only be created by a Grade 4 Arcana Master, and Grade 4 Arcana Masters were extremely rare even in the Qing Xian Empire. A Grade 4 Arcana Master's status was equivalent to a Marquis in the Empire. Even the most powerful person in Muqin County, Marquis Muqin, had to be courteous when meeting a Grade 4 Arcana Master. Thus, to put it bluntly, a Grade 4 origin formation's value was comparable to an Earth-tier soul treasure. The few of them did not expect Lu Yuanhua to be willing to spend so much to break the formation. It seemed like Lu Yuanhua was determined to obtain the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. He even used a Grade 4 origin formation. This formation will take some time to activate, so I hope that everyone can help me delay for a while. When the time comes, I will naturally deal with these 18 stone statues. Lu Yuanhua finished speaking and tossed his right hand. 8 golden crystals immediately floated around his body. They separated into 8 directions and surrounded Lu Yuanhua. At the same time, a blazing golden light suddenly exploded. Lu Yuanhua was illuminated by this golden light, making him look quite sacred. "No problem. Brother Lu, I hope you can hurry up. We can't delay for too long. Young Master Lu, you have to hurry. We can't hold on for too long." Su Mu, Qinglian, and the others looked deeply at Lu Yuanhua. Then, they each used their strongest moves and soul treasures, rushing towards the surrounding stone statues. On the other hand, Ling Ju let out a soft sigh. She also unleashed a powerful aura and bravely stepped forward to block the giant stone statue's attack. Boom! 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 Countless multicolored yuan power instantly erupted. The men from the 5 great factions courageously unleashed their yuan power and viciously blasted the surrounding large stone statues. In an instant, the entire array was filled with the rumbling and explosive sounds of yuan power colliding against each other. However, what caused the crowd to be shocked was that under such a large number of yuan power attacks, it was actually only able to cause its footsteps to slow down slightly. Its huge body was actually not damaged at all, as if those attacks from before were just like scratching an itch. "This won't do. Our attacks are completely ineffective against these guys." Qinglian gritted her teeth and glanced at Lu Yuanhua, who was still sitting cross-legged not far away. She knew that Lu Yuanhua still needed some time to display the true power of a grade 4 yuan array. Sigh. "Looks like we can only use that thing to hold on," Qinglian muttered helplessly. She waved her hand and took out a veil from her Qiankuan bag. The center of the veil was embroidered with stars, just like the stars in the night sky. However, the strange thing was that the stars in the veil were emitting a demonic red color. Furnace fire illuminates heaven and earth. Red star chaotic purple smoke. Red star veil, open. Her cherry lips parted slightly as a clear cuckoo-like beautiful voice reverberated across the entire space. Immediately, the veil in her jade-like hand fluttered with the wind and actually swelled. In an instant, it transformed into an enormous red gauze that floated above everyone's heads. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon after, everyone realized that the area within a radius of 10 miles around them was covered with a thin veil. Countless red stars were flickering in the surroundings, making it look exceptionally strange. Moreover, there was a layer of misty purple mist on the outer layer of the red stars, adding a mysterious color to the veil. Red star veil. I didn't expect Miss Qinglian to use such a high-grade spiritual treasure. Lingju looked at the changes in the surrounding scenery and said with a solemn gaze, "With my strength alone, I can't display the full power of the red star veil. Everyone, lend me a hand. Stand at the edge of the veil and inject your yuan force into it. It should be able to buy some time." Qinglian did things swiftly and decisively. After she finished speaking, she lifted her jade-like hand and a vigorous yuan force was injected into the veil. When the others heard this, they followed Qinglian's instructions and injected their yuan force into the veil. The surrounding red stars immediately emitted a dazzling red light. Rumble! At the same time, the 18 huge stone statues came to the periphery of the red star veil's encirclement. They roared at the sky and lifted the weapons in their hands, smashing the veil roughly. The huge impact spread out like a shockwave. Immediately, everyone felt an earth-shattering vibration. The veil on the periphery trembled and swayed. Some of the weaker warriors couldn't help but spit out blood. So powerful! Qinglian's pretty face turned pale and her beautiful eyes trembled. She didn't expect the attack of the huge stone statues to be so powerful. Just a simple smash had such power. Boom, boom, boom. Then, the continuous sounds of bombardment came from outside the veil. Under the bombardment, the entire veil swayed like a willow in the wind. However, it still blocked the continuous bombardment in the end. Under the continuous bombardment, Qinglian finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her pretty face turned ghastly pale. "Is Lu Yuanhua not done yet?" If this goes on, the Red Star Veil will be destroyed under the attack of the huge stone statues in less than 15 minutes. Sumu, who was standing at the corner, also spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then, he stared at Lu Yuanhua behind him and shouted. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, Lu Yuanhua suddenly opened his eyes. His hands formed a series of seals, and his body emitted a golden glow like a scorching sun. Chapter 223. Snatch the treasure. As soon as Lu Yuanhua spoke, the 8 golden crystals around him suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Then, they turned into 8 rays of golden light that shot into Lu Yuanhua's body. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Soon after, a golden armor covered Lu Yuanhua's body. The armor constantly emitted a dazzling golden light, like a sun that constantly emitted light. Boom! An enormous aura, like a mountain, was suddenly released from Lu Yuanhua's body. Under the influence of this aura, many people were caught off guard and their knees bent slightly. They almost knelt on the ground. So powerful! This aura has actually far surpassed the Heavenly King realm. Could this be the aura of an ultimate Emperor realm cultivator? Qinglian, who was originally in charge of the Scarlet Gauze defense, also noticed the commotion on Lu Yuanhua's side. When she felt the aura emitted from Lu Yuanhua's body, even she couldn't summon the slightest will to resist. Her heart trembled uncontrollably. It should be known that her strength had reached the minor Heavenly King realm. Among the 5 young experts, she was the strongest. This was also the reason why Lv Yuanhua had a look of fear on his face when he saw the Jade Lady Star Court send Qinglian over. But even though she possessed the strength of a Heavenly King realm cultivator, she actually felt insignificant in front of Lu Yuanhua at this moment. What a powerful aura! Lu Yuanhua's strength has indeed soared to the ultimate Emperor realm after using the Grade 4 Origin Array. Sumu, who was originally cursing, also noticed the changes in Lu Yuanhua's body and muttered. The expressions of the others were naturally not much better than Sumu's. There was envy, reverence, and jealousy. Crack! With a loud sound, cracks appeared on the surface of the Scarlet Star Gauze, spreading out like a spider web. In the end, the Scarlet Star Gauze shattered into countless specks of light under the countless cracks. The shattering of the Red Star Gauze caused the people inside to involuntarily spit out blood. They retreated a dozen steps back, their gazes filled with shock as they stared at the 18 mountain-like stone statues beyond the countless spots of light. Good. You caused me to use the golden armor general formation, so you all will have to pay the corresponding price. With a loud shout, Lu Yuanhua's body was surrounded by countless golden lights. A dazzling golden armor was draped over his body. From afar, he looked like a golden-armored war god. His legs suddenly bounced, and his entire body was like a spring. With a dazzling speed, he rushed toward the huge stone statue outside. This aura, could it be an ultimate Emperor realm expert? That's Lu Yuanhua. This aura of an ultimate Emperor realm expert is coming from him? Zhuowen, who had been watching the show from the side, also saw the figure radiating golden light like a scorching sun. A trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Don't be so surprised, kid. Lu Yuanhua used a Grade 4 Origin Array to raise his strength to the ultimate Emperor realm for a short period of time. Moreover, he's only at the first cycle. He's at the bottom of the pile of ultimate Emperor realm experts. Xiao He crossed its paws in front of its chest and stared with its dead fish eyes. With its powerful consciousness, it naturally knew everything that had happened inside the Scarlet Star Gauze. Even a first-cycle Ultimate Emperor Realm expert is more than enough to break through the array. After all, the strength of the 18 stone statues is only around the Heavenly King realm. Zhuowen rolled his eyes at Xiao He with a helpless expression. After interacting with Xiao He for a period of time, Zhuowen's horizons had broadened quite a bit. He also knew quite a bit about the realms of cultivators. As everyone knew, there were 3 major realms in the Zhao King realm. the human king realm, the earth king realm, and the heavenly king realm. Once a cultivator broke through the heavenly king realm, they would reach the ultimate emperor realm. In the Qing Xian Empire, the ultimate emperor realm was the lowest standard to become a marquis. In other words, the marquises were at least at the ultimate emperor realm. The ultimate emperor realm was divided into 9 minor realms, from the first cycle ultimate emperor realm to the 9th cycle ultimate emperor realm. In this realm, the gap between each cycle was as huge as a chasm. For example, the gap between the 2nd cycle ultimate emperor realm and the 1st cycle ultimate emperor realm was like the gap between the Yin void realm and the corporeal yang realm. It was because of this huge gap that it was extremely difficult to break through to the ultimate emperor realm. Many talented geniuses were stuck in the ultimate emperor realm for their entire lives. They might not be able to reach the 4th saint realm even when they were old. Xiao He looked at Zhuowen mischievously and said, "This dragon lord knows what you're worried about, but don't worry. That guy won't be able to maintain this state for long. Furthermore, the combined attack of the 18 stone statues isn't that easy to break through. In the end, Lu Yuanhua will be the one to suffer a great loss. Also, this is your chance." After being exhausted by the 18 stone statues, many of those guys have suffered serious internal injuries. Even Lingzhu, who is at the peak of the heavenly king realm, has suffered many internal injuries from the collision just now. After the formation is broken through, you'll find the right opportunity to snatch the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. That's a good thing. Zhuowen was startled and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. He tilted his head and looked at the dispirited expressions of Lingzhu and the others. A trace of fanaticism suddenly burned in his eyes. At the beginning, Zhuowen didn't have the slightest intention of snatching the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. After all, the people present were the 5 most powerful forces in the prefecture. Basically, they were all warriors at the Earth King realm. There was even a top expert at the peak of the Heavenly King realm like Lingzhu. Snatching the treasure among so many experts was simply courting death. However, it was different now. After being exhausted by the 18 stone statues, these warriors were either injured or disabled. Their strength was not as strong as before. This was a good opportunity for Zhuowen. With the 2 trump cards, the Moon Demon Dragon Spine Spear and the Reverse Spirit Puppet, Zhuowen's strength was comparable to an Earth King realm warrior. If he took them by surprise, it was not impossible for him to snatch the treasure. Boom! With a flash of golden light, LV Yuanhua descended from the sky and landed on the nearest giant stone statue. With a squeeze of his right hand, a giant palm that was hundreds of feet long appeared in the void. Then, the giant palm grabbed the shoulder of the giant stone statue and lifted it up like a chicken. Under the monstrous strength of the enormous golden palm, the gigantic stone statue that was several thousand feet tall was actually lifted into the air. Immediately after, it smashed downwards. The gigantic stone statue did not even make a sound before it turned into a pile of rubble. Awooh! Seeing that one of the stone statues was destroyed, the other 17 stone statues suddenly went berserk. They waved the huge weapons in their hands and bombarded Lu Yuanhua. Humph! Insignificant skill. Lu Yuanhua put his hands behind his back and pretended to be a master. He raised his head and said disdainfully. Then, he formed a seal with his hands and a huge crack appeared in the void behind him. "I sacrifice my blood to the heavens and earth. Golden-armored god of the void, golden-armored god of war, come." Boom! The crack in the void grew bigger and bigger. Finally, with a loud sound, a huge hand and foot as big as a mountain pierced through the crack in the void. The huge hand and foot stretched out, and the whole body behind it also came out of the void. Dressed in golden armor, his whole body was covered with the scorching golden light of the sun. His body, which was thousands of feet tall, covered the sky and the sun. As soon as the golden-armored god of war appeared, the earth trembled violently. The people in the same place looked up at the huge golden figure and fell into silence for a while. Their faces were full of shock and inexplicable expressions. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the golden-armored god of war appeared, he took a huge step forward. His every move could cause monstrous waves. With a gentle wave of his hand, the giant stone statues shattered like glass. In front of the golden-armored god of war, the giant stone statues were as small as pebbles by the river. The golden-armored god of war only needed to wave his hand to easily destroy the giant stone statues. In a breath, the golden-armored god of war broke the remaining 17 giant stone statues as if he was cutting weeds. After quickly destroying the giant stone statues, the golden-armored god of war punched out. The air flow reversed, and countless air explosions resounded. Finally, they blasted into the sealed space. Boom! The ear-piercing sound was like countless bombs exploding, constantly ringing in the sealed space. Then, the whole space trembled. Then, the surrounding darkness suddenly fragmented, like smashed glass, revealing the original appearance of the palace. At this time, above the palace, the black iron chains on the surface of the ninth heaven-burning cauldron had completely collapsed, turning into countless black iron shavings, revealing its original appearance. Golden-armored god of war, lift me up! The ninth heaven-burning cauldron belongs to me. Yuanhua's eyes lit up as he looked at the nine-wheel heaven incineration cauldron. He knew that once the formation was broken, the seal on the nine-wheel heaven incineration cauldron would truly be broken. This was the best moment to obtain the nine-wheel heaven incineration cauldron. Boom! The golden-armored god of war knelt on one knee and lifted his huge palm. Yuanhua suddenly shot out like a golden light, rushing straight toward the ninth heaven-burning cauldron above. After the golden-armored god of war lifted Yuanhua, he turned into countless light spots and disappeared into the void. Moreover, the golden armor on the surface of Yuanhua's body also disappeared, turning into 8 dim golden crystals. It was obvious that the buff time of the golden-armored general array had reached its limit. Seeing Yuanhua's actions, the expressions of Su Mu, Qinglian, and the others below all changed. They wanted to go forward and stop Yuanhua, but they found that it was too late. Moreover, they had consumed too much energy just now. Even if they caught up, they were probably not the current Yuanhua's opponent. Moreover, there was still the Lingzhu below eyeing covetously. It seems that the ninth heaven-burning cauldron will fall into the hands of Yuanhua this time. Everyone sighed. Although they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. After all, they had suffered a lot of injuries and their strength was not at their peak. Just as Yuanhua was about to approach the ninth heaven-burning cauldron, a figure suddenly blocked in front of the former. Then, the figure grinned and said indifferently, "I'm afraid it's not your turn to obtain the ninth heaven-burning cauldron. Yaoiwa's secret codex. Full Moon Tower." A soft murmur slowly came out of the figure's mouth. Then, with a swing of his hands, the black great spear in his hand shot toward Yuanhua like a taut spring. It drew a silver brilliance in the air, like a crescent moon, and finally slammed into the latter's chest. Bang! Chapter 224. Refining the nine-wheel burning heaven cauldron rumble. A black shadow fell down like a shooting star. Dust filled the air, and a deep pit appeared on the ground. Swish! Swish! Everyone's gazes were immediately attracted by the deep hole in the ground. When they saw Yuanhua's extremely miserable figure in the deep hole, the scene instantly became somewhat quiet. No one had expected that when Yuanhua was about to obtain the nine-wheel burning heaven cauldron, someone would suddenly appear. What was even more unexpected was that with the strength of Yuanhua's complete Earth King realm, he would be put in such a difficult situation. Their gazes shifted to the figure of the young man on the nine-wheel burning sky cauldron in the sky. Everyone's eyes abruptly shrank, because that figure was the young man Zhuowen whom they had overlooked all this time. He managed to sneak attack Yuanhua with the strength of a human monarch. This person is not simple, Qinglian muttered as she fixed her gaze on the youth in the sky. Zhuowen, You bastard, you actually dared to launch a sneak attack on me. If I don't kill you today, I'll take your surname. A beast-like roar crazily surged out from the deep pit. With a rumbling sound, LV Yuanhua suddenly jumped out from the pit, his eyes red as he looked at Zhuo in the sky. Uncle Ling, let's attack together. We must capture this bastard. I must tear him into 1,000 pieces. Otherwise, it will be difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart. Lu Yuanhua's face was filled with madness as he yelled at Lingzhu beside him. With a leap of his legs, he rapidly shot towards the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron, his eyes filled with killing intent. Zhuowen had ruined his plans time and time again, which made him hate Zhuowen so much that his teeth itched. He wished he could swallow Zhuowen alive. Lingzhu hesitated for a moment, then followed behind Lu Yuanhua. She released an extremely powerful aura towards Zhuowen. As for the remaining few, their eyes flickered for a moment when they saw that Lu Yuanhua and Lingzhu had made their move. Then, they unleashed their movement techniques and rushed towards the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron, unwilling to be outdone. After all, the 9-wheel heaven incineration cauldron was an earthly rank soul treasure. They would not give it up so easily. Zhuowen's expression changed slightly when he saw everyone from the 5 great factions rushing over. However, he did not reveal the slightest bit of panic. This was because the area below the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron was separated by the 9 heavens thunder flame, which was intertwined with countless thunderbolts. The only passageway was the human-sized passageway that Lu Yuanhua had created using the cold aura from the mysterious ice pot. As long as this passageway was destroyed, the 9 heavens thunder flame would close up again. No matter how powerful the people below were, they would not be able to cross the sea of fire formed by the 9 heavens thunder flame. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. Then, he suddenly clenched his left hand. The sacred fire symbol on the back of his hand immediately emitted a dazzling red light. Then, a strange black flame shot out from his left hand and transformed into a fire dragon that rushed into the passageway. At this moment, Lu Yuanhua took the lead and rushed to the entrance of the passageway. Coincidentally, he collided with the black flame that was surging towards him. With a boom, Lu Yuanhua was instantly turned into a flaming man. Then, he once again plummeted towards the ground from midair. Young master! Lingzhu's eyes hardened. Both of his legs stomped on the empty air and pulled back instead of advancing. He waved his right hand abruptly and an enormous yuan power palm was agglomerated. It grabbed the falling Lu Yuanhua in midair and pulled him to his side. At this moment, Lu Yuanhua appeared quite miserable. His originally shiny purple robe had already been burnt beyond recognition by the black flame. A large portion of the hair on his head had also been burnt. He looked just like a beggar on the street, appearing quite sloppy. However, the Nirvana demon flame was after all merely a human-grade flame. Therefore, it did not cause any real harm to Lu Yuanhua. It merely turned him into a somewhat miserable state. After such a delay, the passageway that was formed by the cold air had already slowly melted under the high temperature of the Nirvana demon flame. Moreover, the 9 heavens thunder flame was interacting with the outside world. In the blink of an eye, the cold air passageway collapsed and was swallowed by the 9 heavens thunder flame. The ice mysterious pot had also become dim and lightless at this moment. Finally, it turned into the size of a palm and shot back into Lu Yuanhua's palm. Looking at Zhuo, who had disappeared on the other side of the 9 heavens thunder flame, LV Yuanhua clenched his fists so tightly that creaking sounds could be heard. In the end, he roared, "Zhuo, I will definitely kill you. It is best that you stay inside and not come out. I will kill you the moment you come out." Qing Lian, Su Mu and the others who had hurried over from behind also saw the passageway that had been sealed by the 9 heavens thunder flame. Their faces became extremely ugly. They did not expect that Zhuowen would actually be so ruthless. He actually destroyed the passageway and sealed himself inside. "Young master, The ice mysterious pot is already damaged. It is likely beyond our ability to charge through this 9 heavens thunder flame by ourselves. What should we do now? Lingju frowned and asked as he looked at the lightning flame that came from all directions. This trip to the ancient cave was for the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. Now that Zhuowen has obtained such a great advantage, I am not willing to accept this. Now we will wait. I don't believe that bastard will continue to hide inside and not come out. Lu Yuanhua's eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness and indifference. After he finished speaking, he found a spot in the hall and sat down cross-legged to recuperate from the injuries on his body. The eyes of Su Mu, Qing Lian, Guang Mo and the others flickered when they saw this. They also quietly found a spot and began to quietly recuperate from their injuries. Clearly, they had the same idea as Lu Yuanhua. After all, an earthly soul treasure was a rare treasure in the province. They would not give up so easily. Above the 9 heavens thunder flame, Zhuowen gently wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, he had destroyed the cold air passage created by the ice mysterious pot in time. Otherwise, if Lu Yuanhua and the rest had really barged in, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Immediately, Zhuowen's gaze was attracted by the giant cauldron in front of him. A fiery glow immediately surged in his eyes as he muttered, "Is this an earthly soul treasure? I never thought that there would be a time when I would see an earthly soul treasure." Useless brat, just an earthly soul treasure is enough to make you so happy. You should know that in the ancient era, earthly soul treasures were like street goods that could be found everywhere. Who would treat it as a treasure like you? Xiao He sat on Zhuowen's shoulder and said with disdain. Zhuowen shrugged and ignored Xiao He's ridicule. Instead, he asked with some doubt, "This 9-wheel burning sky cauldron is so huge. How should we refine it?" Weapons have spirit. When a soul treasure reaches the earthly soul treasure, it will naturally produce a corresponding weapon spirit. This kind of weapon spirit can greatly increase the earthly soul treasure's power. This is the biggest difference between an earthly soul treasure and a high-grade soul treasure. A high-grade soul treasure only requires a drop of blood to recognize its master. However, the process for an earthly soul treasure to recognize its master is rather complicated. You must subdue the weapon spirit. Zhuowen was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing as a weapon spirit. He could not help but ask again, "How do you subdue the weapon spirit?" Of course, the strong will be respected. As long as you are strong enough, earthly soul treasures will willingly recognize you as their master. Of course, if you are too weak, the weapon spirit may not even care about you even if you destroy the soul treasure. Xiao He rolled her eyes at Zhuowen before continuing, "Brat, your cultivation is only at the human king stage. I'm afraid that the burning sky cauldron's weapon spirit won't recognize you as its master. F***ck. If it's really as you say, wouldn't my efforts have been in vain?" Zhuowen was shocked and could not help but curse. With this dragon lord here, this kind of thing naturally won't happen. Brat, when this dragon lord summons the burning sky cauldron's weapon spirit, hurry up and catch it. Then, quickly refine it. At this point, Xiao He's face once again revealed her signature lewd smile. She suddenly extended her little claw and a black ray of light shot out with a swoosh and entered the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. Not long after, the huge cauldron actually trembled slightly. Following which, a palm-sized, 3-legged round cauldron was directly grabbed out by Xiao He's claw. It continued to struggle in the air, and even made a hissing sound. Looking at the round cauldron, Zhuowen's eyes immediately lit up. His right hand quickly formed a seal and his yuan power turned into a huge palm. He suddenly grabbed the round cauldron in his hand and unceremoniously pulled it into his mouth. He swallowed it with a gulp and then sat down cross-legged. He used the yuan power in his body to continuously guide the round cauldron into his dantian. When the round cauldron entered his dantian, Zhuowen used the yuan power in his dantian to turn it into a sea of fire. It enveloped the round cauldron and continuously refined it with the blazing flames. During the refining process, the round cauldron continuously let out miserable cries. At the same time, it did not forget to struggle and try to break free. However, the round cauldron in Zhuowen's dantian was no different from entering a dark prison. It was easy to enter, but difficult to leave. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the huge cauldron and did not move at all. He focused on refining the burning sky cauldron's weapon spirit, which was constantly struggling in his dantian. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was not very high, with the ice fire saint symbol and Xiao Hei's continuous assistance, Zhuowen finally managed to completely refine the weapon spirit after 3 days. Haha! I have finally succeeded in refining it. It is indeed worthy of being an earthly soul treasure. Even the refining process was so difficult. Opening his eyes, Zhuowen flipped over and stood up. His face was filled with a pleased smile as he spoke. With a thought, the huge cauldron under Zhuowen's feet began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it shrank to the height of a person. Afterwards, Zhuowen slapped the lid of the cauldron with his right hand. A tremendous force immediately lifted the lid of the burning sky cauldron off. At the same time, 9 jade tablets shot out from the cauldron. They hovered in the air and revolved around the cauldron. These 9 jade tablets should be the core of the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron, the 9-wheel burning sky formation. From the information I received from the weapon spirit, the 9 jade tablets each represent an earth tier flame. If I can gather 9 different types of earth fire, I'll be able to unleash an earth-shattering might. It's said that I can instantly kill an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Paramount Soul. Chapter 225. The Unlucky Lu Yuanhua. Oh? It can actually kill an ultimate Emperor Realm expert in an instant. This 9 wheels burning heavens array is truly extraordinary. However, earth fire is not something that can be found on the street. An ordinary cultivator is already quite lucky to encounter one type of earth fire, let alone 9 different types of earth fire. Xiao Hei rubbed his chin and chuckled coldly. I know that. However, although this array requires 9 types of earth fire to unleash its true power, 1 type of earth fire is enough to activate this array. The 9 heavens thunder inferno below is a ready-made earth fire. As long as you absorb the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame, you will be able to activate the 9 wheels burning heavens array. I'm afraid that its power will be comparable to an ordinary Heavenly King stage expert. Zhuowen smiled faintly. Yes. If it's really as you say, this array does have some trick. If 1 type of earth fire is able to activate this array, it seems that the person who designed this array is very skilled. However, you can't rashly absorb the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame now. Otherwise, Lu Yuanhua's group, who are waiting for you below, will attack you together. Zhuowen nodded slightly and said indifferently, I naturally know that. I can make use of this time to make another breakthrough. Moreover, I have collected quite a number of puppet materials. These materials are enough to raise the strength of the reverse spirit puppet to another level. I can even create a decent number of puppets. After all, I'm not a fool. If I don't make sufficient preparations, I will only die if I go out. Xiao Hei looked at the young man in front of him in astonishment. In the end, he nodded slightly and said, It seems that you already have a plan. Xiao Hei, you will watch over me for the next few days. I want to make use of this time to break through to the perfect human king stage and raise the strength of the reverse spirit puppet at the same time. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He sat down cross-legged and began to silently cultivate. Xiao Hei yawned lazily and replied indifferently, Don't worry. With this dragon lord watching over you, you don't have to worry. Time quietly flowed by, and 5 days passed in an instant. Deep within the ancient cave dwelling, within a huge hall, countless large stone statue limbs were scattered all over the ground. It appeared to be a complete mess. In the middle of this somewhat messy hall, there was a group of people seated cross-legged. Every single one of them was filled with powerful auras, and their bodies emitted powerful auras. Taking a closer look, one could see that these people were all above the Earth King realm. Even the weakest one was at the Earth King realm. A purple-robed young man sitting in the center suddenly opened his eyes. A glint flashed through his eyes. Then, the young man raised his head and looked at the endless sea of fire that was flickering with lightning. A ferocious expression immediately appeared on his handsome face. 5 days? This little bastard still hasn't come out? Lu Yuanhua coldly muttered. Brother Liu, Zhuowen is not a fool. He obviously knows that we are waiting outside. Do you think that he will come out by himself? Su Mu stood up from the ground with a swoosh, and looked at Lu Yuanhua with a faint smile. Lu Yuanhua coldly snorted, but unexpectedly did not refute. Ever since he was embarrassed by Zhuowen several times, his prestige in the group had completely fallen into a slump. Many people were pointing at him behind his back. Every time he heard others talking about him behind his back, Lv Yuanhua's hatred for Zhuowen deepened by a layer. If it wasn't for that little bastard's tricks, would I have been so embarrassed by him? With his strength at the human king realm, how could he be a match for me? If we were to fight head-on, I would be able to kill him in a few moves. Lu Yuanhua softly muttered as he slightly clenched his fist. Boom! Just as Lv Yuanhua's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts, a deafening sound suddenly came from the sky. Lifting his head slightly, Lu Yuanhua was shocked to discover that the 9 heavens thunder inferno, which was like a sea of fire in the sky, was rapidly shrinking. Moreover, it was constantly emitting ear-piercing explosions. What's going on? Why is the 9 heavens thunder inferno shrinking on its own? The others on the ground also discovered the strange change in the 9 heavens thunder inferno. They stood up one after another and looked at the sky with astonishment. Could the change in the 9 heavens thunder inferno be related to Zhuowen? Qing Lian, who had a light veil covering her face and a graceful figure, stared intently at the shrinking 9 heavens thunder inferno in the sky and said with a frown, "It should be Zhuowen. After all, he is the only one on the other side of the 9 heavens thunder inferno. I'm afraid the change in the 9 heavens thunder inferno is related to him." Guang Imo, who had a steady character and carried a long sword on his back, narrowed his eyes and said. When Lu Yuanhua heard this, the malevolence on his face became even more intense. He coldly said, "He is indeed an ignorant bastard. Once the 9 heavens thunder inferno disappears, it will be the death of this brat. This time, this bastard will not be lucky. I will kill him with my own hand." When Lu Yuanhua said this, the others did not say anything. However, their gazes towards the sky were more or less filled with pity. Although Zhuowen had made Lu Yuanhua suffer a few times at the beginning, causing everyone to look at him in a new light, Lu Yuanhua was a genuine perfect earthly king realm expert after all. On the other hand, Zhuowen was only at the human king realm. In their opinion, there was no suspense in the outcome between the two of them, who were an entire level apart. Rumble! The explosions in the sky became louder and louder. In the end, the endless sea of fire actually instantly shrank into nothingness. In the distant sky, it turned into a jade tablet that continuously released lightning and fire. Swoosh! A slightly tender hand gently stretched out and grasped the jade tablet that was covered in lightning and fire. Subsequently, a resplendent lightning light streaked across the sky like a meteor as it suddenly plummeted downward. Rumble! Standing upright, the figure violently slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit that was several feet wide on the hard ground of the palace. For a moment, dust filled the air and covered the sky. "Little bastard, you have finally come out. Today I will cripple you." At the same time, Lu Yuanhua's eyes suddenly became incomparably scarlet. He suddenly stomped his feet and shot towards Zhuowen like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Endless yuan power violently poured out like a mountain and heavily collided with the figure that was faintly discernible within the dust in the deep pit. Lu Yuanhua, it is still not certain who will be crippled. A clear voice was transmitted from the deep pit, causing everyone present to be stunned. Subsequently, they stared in disbelief at the faintly discernible figure within the endless dust. You are still so arrogant? Do you think that you are invincible just because you have an earthly soul treasure? Let me tell you, even if you have an earthly soul treasure, I can still cripple you. The malevolence on Lu Yuanhua's face became even denser. His feet violently stomped in the air, and his speed actually increased by quite a bit. Bang! After Lu Yuanhua bravely charged into the dust, a rather muffled sound suddenly rang out. In the next second, a figure shot out from the deep pit. Like a butterfly with broken wings, the figure powerlessly rolled on the ground. After sliding for more than 10 meters, it slowly came to a stop. A mouthful of blood violently spurted out from the figure's mouth. His face became incomparably pale. So fast? That brat Zhuowen is so weak? In the blink of an eye, he was defeated by Brother Lu? Su Mu stared at the figure that was sent flying. He was slightly stunned for a second before he said in amusement, "Young Master Su, perhaps you are mistaken. The figure that was sent flying is not Zhuowen. It is young Master Lu." Qing Lian's beautiful eyes turned slightly as she stared at the figure that was sent flying. Her cherry lips opened slightly as she spoke in disbelief. "What? It is not Zhuowen? It is Lu Yuanhua?" The smile on Su Mu's face also froze because of Qing Lian's words. He abruptly tilted his head and stared at the true appearance of the extremely miserable figure that had fallen to the ground. His pupils abruptly shrank to the size of a needle. This was because the extremely miserable figure was indeed, as Qing Lian had said. It was not Zhuowen, but the purple-clothed Lu Yuanhua. This. Su Mu's mouth was slightly agape and he was unable to utter a word for a long time. He only felt a little dizzy. Since when did Zhuowen become so strong? A perfect earthly king stage expert like Lu Yuanhua was actually beaten to such a state in an instant. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Crisp footsteps slowly rang out, following which a tall figure slowly walked out of the deep pit, revealing a handsome face. It was Zhuowen, who had come down from the 9 heavens thunder blaze. At this moment, there was a figure following behind Zhuowen. This figure was a middle-aged man. His face was extremely resolute and his features were clearly defined. His body was extremely burly and he was almost a head taller than Zhuowen. He could be described as a tiger's back and a bear's waist. What shocked everyone was that the powerful aura emitted from the middle-aged man's body made it difficult for many people to breathe. It was as if they were suffocating. A perfect heavenly king stage expert? Qing Lian's beautiful eyes narrowed as she exclaimed in a low voice. A perfect heavenly king stage expert? How is this possible? Since when did this brat have such an expert by his side? Su Mu could not help but exclaim in surprise. His gaze was fixed on the middle-aged man behind Zhuowen, and his pupils had already shrunk to the size of a needle. Guang Emo furrowed his brows slightly. Although there was shock on his face, compared to the others, he appeared to be rather calm. After pondering for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "If I'm not wrong, the person behind Zhuowen should be a puppet." Puppet? When Qing Lian, Su Mu and the others heard this, they once again looked at the middle-aged man behind Zhuowen. When they saw that although the middle-aged man's appearance was very similar to a human's, his eyes were dull and lifeless. It did not seem like the eyes of a living person at all. It is indeed a puppet. I really did not expect Zhuowen to have hidden so deeply. He actually has such a perfect heavenly king stage puppet on him. With just this trump card alone, his overall strength is not weaker than ours. He might even surpass most of us. Qing Lian also regained her composure and muttered in a low voice. Chapter 226. A fierce battle. At this moment, Everyone looked at Zhuowen with fear in their eyes. After all, Zhuowen's strength was no weaker than any of them, and even surpassed many of them. Everyone. I am Zhuowen. I originally did not have any enmity with any of you, but Lu Yuanhua kept provoking me, so I had no choice but to erupt. If I caused any trouble for any of you just now, I would like to apologize first. However, I hope that no one will get involved in the enmity between Lu Yuanhua and me. Zhuowen slowly walked over. There was no joy or sorrow on his face, only a calm expression. He sized up the people from the other 4 factions before cupping his hands slightly and speaking in a polite manner. When Qing Lian, Su Mu, Guang Mo, and the others heard this, their faces immediately showed a trace of relief. Now that Zhuowen had a perfect Heavenly King stage puppet by his side, just this puppet alone was not something they could deal with. Therefore, at this time, they did not want to be enemies with Zhuowen. Moreover, now that Zhuowen had even given them a way out, they naturally took advantage of the situation and accepted it. There was no loss to them at all. Although they were a little unwilling to accept that Zhuowen had taken the 9-wheel heaven-burning cauldron, they also knew that even if Zhuowen did not take action, the 9-wheel heaven-burning cauldron would only fall into Lu Yuanhua's hands. Therefore, they did not care who the 9-wheel heaven-burning cauldron would end up in. Since this is a grudge between young Master Zhua and young Master Lu, it is not good for our Jade Lady Star Court to intervene. Qing Lian was originally a smart woman. At this time, when she heard Zhuowen's words, how could she not know what Zhuowen's plan was? After chuckling, she led her people to the side, indicating that she would not intervene. Our Imperial Sword Sect will also not intervene in this matter. Guang Mo was quite straightforward. He cupped his hands towards Zhuowen and also stepped aside. Su Mu and Qin Hui looked at each other, and then a wry smile appeared on their faces. They knew that if they stood up for Lu Yuanhua at this time, they might really be in danger. The Marquis of Baichuan's mansion will not participate in this matter. The Marquis of Eternal Prosperity's mansion will not interfere in this matter. After speaking, Su Mu and Qin Hui turned sideways, making a path for Zhuowen, and fell silent. You bunch of ungrateful bastards, don't you want this kid's earth-rank spirit treasure? Seeing Lu Yuanhua's eyes, Lu Yuanhua's His Majesty's spirit. Spirit, Lu Yuanhua's spirit, Lu's spirit, Lu. As for the earth-rank spirit treasure. At this point, Su Mu glanced at the puppet behind Zhuowen with some fear in his eyes. He continued, one needs to be alive to enjoy it. If one doesn't even have one's life, what's the point of seizing it? The others nodded in agreement. After all, they were not like Lu Yuanhua, who had a true peak Heavenly King stage cultivator protecting them. After all, the gap between the Earth King stage and the Heavenly King stage was huge. This kid is so scheming. He actually caused us to fall into a state of isolation and helplessness with just a few words. Perhaps, going against Zhuowen this time around was really young Master's biggest mistake. Ling Ju's gaze was complicated as she looked at Zhuowen in the distance. Her heart was in chaos. Elder Ling, help me pin down the puppet behind Zhuowen. Today I must kill this child. Otherwise, it will be difficult to resolve the hatred in my heart. Wiping off the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, Lu Yuanhua stood up once again. His face was filled with madness as he spoke. Young Master, let's stop. This old man can feel that Zhuowen still has some trump cards that he hasn't used yet. He is far from being as simple as he seems. It is not wise to offend such a talented genius because of a small matter at the beginning. Moreover, this kid has a Heavenly King stage puppet by his side. If we want to take him down completely, the price we have to pay is too great. It is not worth it at all. Lingju frowned as he looked at the somewhat crazy Lu Yuanhua in front of him, and said unhappily. He could feel that Lu Yuanhua had completely lost his mind. If this continued, it would not be a good thing. Lu Yuanhua's eyes were scarlet red. He coldly stared at Lingju in front of him and said word by word, I order you to restrain Zhuowen's puppet. This is an order. As a servant of our house of Marquis Qin, even you dare to disobey my orders? Lingzhu was stunned. He sighed and could only nod in agreement. Zhuowen, although I really don't want to deal with you, I have no choice but to disobey the young master's orders. So, I have offended you. Turning his head, Lingzhu glanced at Zhuowen, who was not far away. Then, he suddenly stomped his foot and shot towards Zhuowen like an arrow released from a bow. Go! Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He pointed his right hand at Lingzhu. With a thought, the reverse spirit puppet behind him immediately turned into a black light and rushed towards Lingzhu. In the end, the two collided and an astonishing light exploded in the air. For a moment, endless yuan power continuously shot out in the air. Little bastard! Let's see who will help you this time. You lowly ant-like existence, you actually ruined my plans time and time again. You should have died thousands of times. Today, not only will I cripple you, but I will also uproot your Zhuo family and make your Zhuo family disappear from this world. Lu Yuanhua's eyes suddenly exploded with dense killing intent. He patted his Qiankuan bag and took out a broadsword. The broadsword's surface was flowing with brilliance and was abnormally dazzling. From the aura emitted from its body, it could be seen that this broadsword was actually a high-grade soul treasure. I hate it when people threaten me with my family. Since you have said such words today, you don't need to walk out of the cave alive. Stay here forever. A vicious look flashed across Zhuowen's face. He extended his right hand towards the sky, and a long black spear suddenly spun out and appeared in his hand. He then stomped his feet on the ground, and his entire body shot towards Lv Yuanhua like a ghost. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lu Yuanhua. Zhuowen's long spear was like a venomous snake that was ready to strike. He suddenly stabbed 3 times in front of him. 3 glaring light dots formed a triangular shape. With a whoosh, they pierced through the air and pierced towards Lu Yuanhua's chest. Bang! 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 Little bastard, do you think that you are my opponent in a one-on-one fight? Lu Yuanhua laughed sinisterly. In the air, he turned his body sideways and waved his blade. He drew an arc in the air and instantly blocked Zhuowen's 3-spear attack. Today, I will show you the true power of a complete earthly king stage warrior. As he spoke, Lu Yuanhua tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. He took advantage of the opportunity and gently slashed. With a piercing sound, the blade light was like the moonlight in the middle of the night. It flashed with a cold light and swept towards Zhuowen's neck. Humph! Zhuowen did not say a word. His feet landed on the ground and he suddenly spun. His entire body was like a spinning top as he spun half a circle. The long spear in his hand was thrown out with the force of the spinning, and it happened to block the blade light that was rushing straight at him. Boom! The moment the two collided, a violent muffled sound surged out. Traces of sparks shot out from the point of contact. Soon after, the sound of wind breaking resounded as the two collided and separated. Thud! 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 Both of them retreated a dozen steps and stood facing each other. Lu Yuanhua frowned slightly. He did not expect that he would not be able to get rid of Zhuowen. Instead, they were evenly matched. How is this possible? When did this brat become so strong? Lu Yuanhua's pupils contracted as he could not help but mutter in a low voice. He still remembered a few months ago in Rattan Armor City. Even if the youth in front of him used all of his skills, he could only injure one of his fingers. At that time, he only needed to be a little more serious and he would be able to kill the youth in front of him. Unknowingly, the existence that was like an ant in his eyes had now grown to the point where he could contend with him. Lu Yuanhua simply could not accept this result. He simply could not accept it. With his arrogant personality, he originally thought that the result of facing Zhuowen would be a crushing defeat, but he did not expect that when they fought now, they were actually evenly matched. Qing Lian, Su Mu, Guang Mo, and Qin Hui, who were watching the battle from the side, were also slightly shocked by the result of Zhuowen and Lu Yuanhua being evenly matched. They were very clear about how strong Lu Yuanhua was, as he had reached the complete Earth King stage and possessed a high-rank spiritual treasure. However, even so, Lu Yuanhua was only evenly matched with Zhuowen. Is this boy called Zhuowen? He looks to be only 16 or 17 years old, but his strength has reached such a level that even Lu Yuanhua can't do anything to him. I also heard that this boy is a descendant of the Zhuo family in Rattan Armor City. I really didn't expect that such a genius would appear in such a remote place. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes flashed as she said with some surprise. I heard that the grudge between Lu Yuanhua and this boy was because of a high-rank spiritual treasure. Lu Yuanhua never thought that because of a moment of impulse, he would provoke such a troublesome person. Su Mu said with some schadenfreude. Qin Hui and Guang Mo didn't say a word, but from the fluctuations in their eyes, it was clear that they weren't calm either. Lu Yuanhua also recovered some of his rationality at this time. He looked at Zhuowen with some fear and thought to himself, I really didn't expect that this boy's talent would be so amazing. He actually grew to such a level in such a short time. Since we have completely fallen out, this boy must not be allowed to live. Thinking of this, the killing intent in Lu Yuanhua's eyes became even more intense. Then, he held the hilt of his saber with both hands and raised it above his head. Endless yuan power flowed from his hands into the saber. To be able to force me to use this move, it means that you have some ability, you little bastard. As he spoke, LV Yuanhua suddenly took a step forward and shouted in a low voice, wave-splitting technique. After saying this, Lu Yuanhua raised the huge saber above his head and suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. Then, he swung it down with both hands. The air suddenly boiled and an endless stream of air blew up in the entire space. Then, the sound of waves crashing could be heard. With Lu Yuanhua as the center, a vast ocean suddenly appeared. Chapter 227. Breaking Wave-Splitting Technique. Wave-Splitting Technique? Who would have thought that Lu Yuanhua would be forced to use this move? Su Mu's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself in surprise. I've heard that the wave-splitting technique is one of the 3 great heaven-rank armor skills of the Mu Qin Marquis Mansion. It has reached the peak of the heaven rank. I've heard that if this set of armor skills is cultivated to the peak, the power it can unleash is even comparable to the legendary Emperor rank armor skills. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes flashed and a strange expression appeared on her pretty face. This wave-splitting technique is actually so powerful? I wonder if Zhuowen will be able to block this attack? Guang Mo, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but open his mouth. Even though the House of Marquis Qin is the most powerful force in Muqin County, it only has one low-level Emperor-ranked armor skill. It can be said that the power of this wave-splitting technique is second only to that Emperor-ranked armor skill, Qin Hui said as he waved his feather fan. Qing Lian, who was at the side, nodded. She raised her head and looked at the intense battle above. She said softly, I'm afraid Zhuowen won't be able to block this move. Although we have overestimated his ability, he is only a human king after all. When Qing Lian said this, the others nodded slightly. Obviously, they all agreed with the former's point of view. Only Guang Mo frowned slightly. He always felt that the young Zhuowen was unusual. As for why he had this feeling, he couldn't explain it. Boom! The huge saber shadow stretched across the void, cutting through the thistles and thorns as it headed straight for Zhuowen. Along the way, countless air explosions rang out, and even the surrounding void was about to be distorted and evaporated. Zhuowen furrowed his brows as a grave expression appeared on his face. He could sense the surging power contained within Lu Yuanhua's blade shadow. What power? Lu Yuanhua is definitely using a heaven-tier armor skill, and it might even be a peak heaven-tier armor skill. After muttering to himself, Zhuowen did not slow down. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground and he rapidly retreated backwards. As he retreated, his right hand formed a seal, after which, he bit his thumb and pinched out a sword finger. Then, he fiercely swiped the moon demon dragon spine spear. Buzz! The cherry-red blood was immediately absorbed by the demon moon dragon spine spear like a whale sucking in water. In an instant, the ink-black body of the spear turned a demonic blood-red color, and a resounding hum suddenly rang out. Fiend Moon Secret Codex, Blood Moon Soul Reaping. A low roar surged out from Zhuowen's throat, following which the 5 fingers on his right hand suddenly moved. The demon moon dragon spine spear in his hand immediately started to spin rapidly. A demonic blood-red color immediately erupted. Rumble! Zhuowen abruptly thrust out his spear, and boundless origin energy instantly exploded out. The entire space resounded with deafening explosions, and at the same time, a huge blood-red full moon actually gradually rose from the void behind Zhuowen. The bewitching blood-red color instantly enveloped Zhuowen's entire body, making him look like an undefeatable god of war that was bathed in blood. When the blood-red moon rose to its highest point, the long spear had already transformed into a line of blood. It cut through the empty space and suddenly rushed towards the huge blade shadow that was closing in. Rumble! The blade shadow and the blood spear intertwined in an instant, causing an intense explosion to erupt. Intense light actually surfaced in the entire empty space. A deafening explosion rumbled and rolled over. The entire large hall was like a lone boat in the middle of the ocean, tottering amidst this intense explosion. At this moment, the other people in the corners of the hall were also deeply affected by the explosion. Many of them had already raised their own protective shields, blocking the energy waves that were rolling over from the outside. However, when they saw the blade shadow and the blood-red spear in a deadlock, their pupils involuntarily shrank. They never thought that Zhuowen would actually be able to block Lu Yuanhua's wave-splitting technique. After all, this was one of the 3-peak heaven-rank armor techniques of the House of Marquis Qin. Its might was not something an ordinary heaven-rank armor technique could compare to. Zhuowen, you must die today. Even if I have to suffer heavy injuries, I will kill you. Lu Yuanhua also saw the two forces in a deadlock in the sky. The madness and killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. He could already feel a strong sense of threat from Zhuowen. He knew that if he didn't completely eliminate the youth in front of him now, he might not have another chance in the future. This was because the youth in front of him was progressing too quickly. Even Lu Yuanhua felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Thinking of this, Lu Yuanhua clasped his hands together and fiercely slapped his chest. He immediately spat out a mouthful of essence blood, spraying it on the wide blade in his hand. Guardian Spirit! Letting out a low shout from his throat, the madness in Lu Yuanhua's eyes became even more intense. Buzz! The large blade suddenly trembled. The aura on its body suddenly increased at a terrifying speed. The might of the blade shadow in the sky also became even more powerful. Its volume suddenly doubled, and it actually instantly suppressed the blood-red spear that was evenly matched with it. Guardian Spirit? This Lu Yuanhua is really willing. He would rather destroy a high-rank spiritual treasure to kill Zhuowen in front of him. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. She looked at the crazy Lu Yuanhua in the sky with some surprise. The moment the power of the blade shadow soared, Zhuowen's pupils also shrank to the size of a needle. He cursed in a low voice, "This guy is crazy." He actually used a forbidden secret technique like Guardian Spirit. Guardian Spirit was also known as sacrificial spiritual treasure. It was a secret technique that used one's essence blood as a guide to extract all the spiritual energy in the spiritual treasure. It could explode with astonishing power in a short period of time. Any warrior who had a spiritual treasure would basically know this secret technique. However, the side effects of this secret technique were extremely huge. This was because once a warrior used the Guardian Spirit, the spiritual treasure in his hand would be completely destroyed and become an existence like scrap metal. Moreover, because it required essence blood as a guide, after a warrior used the guardian spirit, he would completely fall into an extremely weak state. He would be even weaker than an ordinary person. Most people would not use this secret technique that would harm themselves and their spiritual treasure unless it was a matter of life and death. However, Lu Yuanhua did not hesitate to use it at this moment. Furthermore, the spiritual treasure in his hand was a high-rank spiritual treasure. Many warriors could not even obtain a low-rank spiritual treasure. Now, a high-rank spiritual treasure, which was a legend in the eyes of ordinary warriors, was directly used as a guardian spirit by Lu Yuanhua without any hesitation. This already showed how strong Lu Yuanhua's desire to kill Zhuowen was. Gotcha! The moment Zhuowen cursed in a low voice, a clear sound was suddenly transmitted. Immediately after, Zhuowen was shocked to find that the blood-colored spear shadow in the sky had suddenly burst open like glass being smashed. Soon after, the cracks expanded and finally, the spear shadow shattered into countless pieces. Whoosh whoosh! The blade shadow was like a hot knife through butter. After breaking the spear shadow, it carried a monstrous power and fiercely smashed into the ground where Zhuowen was standing. Rumble! An earth-shattering tremor resounded and the entire hall shook violently once again. In the center of the hall there was a huge crack that was hundreds of feet wide. The crack extended upwards and actually divided the hall into two areas. Inside the crack was a bottomless abyss that could not be seen. Hiss! No one would have thought that the blade shadow that Lu Yuanhua wielded using his guardian spirit would have such a terrifying power. Even the hall was almost split into two. Pata! The broad blade in Lu Yuanhua's hand instantly shattered into countless pieces and fluttered in the air between his hands. This was the price of using the secret technique Guardian Spirit. However, Lu Yuanhua did not have the slightest bit of heartache on his face. Instead, he faced the sky and laughed loudly. His face was full of malevolence as he shouted, "Ha ha! You want to fight with me? Zhuowen, what qualifications do you have to fight with me? In the end, you still can't escape death. Such an outcome was already predestined when you offended me." In the corner of the hall, Qing Lian, Su Mu, Guang Mo and the others also saw the huge crack in the center of the hall. They could not help but reveal a trace of horror on their faces. They also did not expect the power of Lu Yuanhua's wave-splitting technique to be so terrifying. I thought that Zhuowen had some secrets and trump cards. I didn't expect him to be defeated in the end. Guang Mo shook his head slightly. Although there was some regret on his face, there was no other emotion. However, Zhuowen is able to fight with Lu Yuanhua to this extent with the cultivation of the human king realm. This already shows that he is not simple. After all, he doesn't have the support of a huge faction like the Mu Qin Marquis mansion behind him. He's merely a disciple of a small clan from a low-level city. It's already a miracle that he can achieve this, Qing Lian said with a calm expression. I originally thought that the ownership of the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron would change. I didn't expect it to return to Lu Yuanhua's hands. With this earthly rank soul treasure, the house of Marquis Qin's strength will increase again, Su Mu said with an unnatural expression. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately became quiet. Su Mu was right. The house of Marquis Qin's strength was originally much stronger than the other four forces. Now that they had obtained an earthly rank soul treasure, their strength would definitely increase again. At the same time, the gap between their forces would widen again. In fact, compared to Lu Yuanhua obtaining the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron, everyone present hoped that Zhuowen would obtain the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. After all, Zhuowen was alone. Even if he obtained an earthly rank soul treasure, he would not be able to achieve anything. However, the house of Marquis Qin was different. Originally, the house of Marquis Qin had already suppressed them. Now that they had obtained an earthly rank soul treasure, the status of the house of Marquis Qin was even more unshakable. In the center of the palace, Lu Yuanhua looked indifferently at the crack in the distance. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said coldly, "Zhuowen, you don't have to worry. Your Zhuo family will soon go down to accompany you. With the company of your clansmen, I think you won't be lonely on the road to the underworld. Lu Yuanhua, it is too early for you to be happy. If you want to go on the road to the underworld, you will definitely be earlier than me." A voice that was as calm as an ancient well was slowly transmitted from within the crack. It appeared clear and loud within the entire hall. Chapter 228. A violent beating abruptly turning around, Lu Yuanhua's pupils abruptly shrank to the size of needles as he said in disbelief, "How is this possible? After using the secret technique Guardian Spirit, the might of the wave-splitting technique is already comparable to the full-strength attack of a Heavenly King stage martial artist. How is this brat still alive?" Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the crevice, following which, a figure covered in dense lightning suddenly shot out from the depths of the crevice like a shooting star. The moment the figure landed on the ground, the soles of his feet fiercely stomped on the ground as countless lightning threads burst forth from the tip of his feet. Then, like a bolt of lightning, he shot straight towards Lu Yuanhua. When Lu Yuanhua saw the figure covered in lightning rushing over, he could not help but exclaim, "This is the Nine Heavens Thunder Inferno?" However, before he could finish his words, they came to an abrupt halt. This was because his throat was tightly gripped by a hand covered in lightning, causing the rest of his words to be stuck in his throat. Swish! The endless lightning gradually faded away, revealing the delicate and pretty face of a youth. The youth raised his head and indifferently looked at Lu Yuanhua, whose face was flushed red from the struggle, and said indifferently, "Lu Yuanhua, I've said it before. If we're talking about the Yellow Springs Road, you're definitely earlier than me." From the moment Zhuowen's figure shot out of the crevice to the moment Zhuowen grabbed Lu Yuanhua's throat, as if he was holding a little chick, the entire process happened in a flash, almost in the blink of an eye. When everyone regained their senses, they discovered that Lu Yuanhua had unknowingly been grabbed by the throat by Zhuowen with one hand and raised high above his head. At this moment, Lu Yuanhua was both shocked and furious. Although he wanted to resist, after using the secret technique Guardian Spirit, his entire body was as weak as an ordinary person. At this moment, he was completely powerless in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen actually didn't die? Looking at the young man who appeared in front of everyone, Qing Lian's beautiful eyes froze. Her eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. She really couldn't imagine that under Lu Yuanhua's earth-shattering wave-splitting technique, the young man in front of her actually didn't die and even lifted Lu Yuanhua into the air with one hand. On the other side, Su Mu, Guang Mo, and Qin Hui all had looks of disbelief on their faces. They had personally experienced how terrifying Lu Yuanhua's attack was. They believed that if they faced such an attack, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. The few of them exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, a bitter smile was revealed from the corners of their mouths. The great strength that Zhuowen had displayed this time around had already completely eliminated the contempt that they originally had for him. Instead, their faces revealed wary and cautious expressions. Lu Yuanhua, who was lifted in Zhuowen's hand, had a face full of humiliation. He never thought that he, the dignified prince of Marquis Mu Qin, would be lifted in such a humiliating manner by a nobody from a low-level city. At this time, Lu Yuanhua had already gone crazy with anger. At the same time, a trace of fear rose in his heart for the young man in front of him. "Zhuowen, I am the prince of Marquis Mu Qin. I don't believe that you dare to kill me. If you kill me, not only will you be hunted down by the house of Marquis Qin, your Zhuo family and even Rot-Tan Armor City will be trampled flat by the army of the house of Marquis Qin." Although Lu Yuanhua was a little scared by the young man in front of him, he was still backed by the house of Marquis Qin. Moreover, he was a direct descendant of Marquis Mu Qin. He didn't believe that the young man in front of him would dare to kill him. Trample your sister. You have already been defeated by me, yet you are still so arrogant. Are all the people of the house of Marquis Qin so uneducated? Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your father, you unfilial son. Holding Lu Yuanhua's neck, Zhuowen's empty left hand suddenly swung and fiercely slapped Lu Yuanhua's cheek. Slap. The loud sound of the slap was very clear in the entire palace. This loud slap immediately silenced the entire palace. Whether it was the people from the other 4 major factions who were watching from the corner, or the reverse spirit puppet and Lingju who were still fighting fiercely, they all stopped their actions because of this slap. Then, their eyes all focused on Zhuowen. When they saw Lu Yuanhua's swollen cheek, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. Holding his swollen left cheek, Lu Yuanhua's eyes bulged and he screamed in a heart-wrenching voice, "You dare hit me? Slap. You, your sister, I will hit you." The corner of Zhuowen's mouth twitched. His hand didn't slow down and he ruthlessly slapped Lu Yuanhua again. The other cheek of Lu Yuanhua was also swollen. Bastard, slap. Bastard, your sister. I slap. I your sister. Pa. 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 Next, Zhuowen simply raised his hand and slapped LV Yuanhua's cheek without any explanation. His palm emitted a clear and melodious sound of slapping. It actually emitted a rather rhythmic slapping sound in the hall. Everyone stared blankly as Lu Yuanhua was continuously slapped by Zhuowen. The scene once again fell into a strange silence. Zhuowen didn't care about other people's reactions. He raised his hand and slapped Lu Yuanhua to death. He had long been unhappy with Lu Yuanhua. From the beginning, Lu Yuanhua had been targeting him. He even put on a high and mighty appearance, as if he was the king of heaven. And what made Zhuowen the most unhappy was that Lu Yuanhua would threaten him from time to time with the Zhuo family. To Zhuowen, his family was his reverse scale. How could he allow Lu Yuanhua to casually threaten him? Did Lu Yuanhua really think that he was great just because he was the heir of the house of Marquis Qin? Today, Laozi will slap you until you become a pig's head. You won't be able to raise your head to see anyone. Thinking of this, Zhuowen used even more strength in his hand. The surrounding air seemed to have produced some turbulence. In the distance, Lingju also woke up from his daze at this time. Seeing Lu Yuanhua being slapped continuously by Zhuowen, his face instantly turned green. Anger appeared between his brows. Enough! With a loud shout, Lingju fiercely punched out, forcing the reverse spirit puppet to retreat. Then, he stomped his foot and rushed towards Zhuowen. He reached out to grab the half-dead Lu Yuanhua from Zhuowen's hands. At this time, LV Yuanhua's cheeks had already swelled up high, almost showing a purplish-black color. From afar, he no longer had the image of a graceful young master. Instead, he was an existence that looked like a pig's head. Su Mu, Guang Emo, and Qin Hui, who had been standing in the corner, looked at Lu Yuanhua's pig's head. Their faces revealed a trace of strangeness. Then, they couldn't help but laugh. Even the reserved Qing Lian couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Lu Yuanhua was obviously afraid of Zhuowen. Now, he didn't make a sound. He looked at Zhuowen with a gaze that contained deep fear. Looking at the pig's head in his hands, Zhuowen was a little dispirited. Although he really wanted to get rid of Lu Yuanhua, reason told him that if he really killed Lu Yuanhua in front of so many people, he was afraid that he would become the enemy of the house of Marquis Qin. With Zhuowen's current strength and the meager strength of the Zhuo family, it was impossible for them to contend against a giant like the house of Marquis Qin. Therefore, Lu Yuanhua couldn't be killed. Once he killed him, he would become the enemy of the house of Marquis Qin. I'm tired of playing with this pig's head. I'll give it to you. Zhuowen grinned. He lifted his leg and kicked Lu Yuanhua's butt, kicking him towards the aggressive Lingju. Lingju hurriedly caught Lu Yuanhua's body. Looking at the face in front of him that could only be described as a pig's head, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He asked somewhat uncertainly, "Young master?" At this time, Lu Yuanhua was almost at his last breath. He nodded lightly and directly fainted. Lingzhu sighed slightly. He took out a few pills from his Qinkuan bag and placed them in Lu Yuanhua's mouth. Then, he looked at Zhuowen with a complicated gaze and said with a bitter smile, "Zhuowen, this old man really didn't expect you to be able to grow to this extent. Even young Master Lu was defeated by you. However, since you've beaten him to this state today, I'm afraid young master won't let this matter rest." With a wave of his right hand, the reverse spirit puppet flashed behind him like a bolt of black lightning. Zhuowen raised his head to look at Lingzhu and said indifferently, "Originally, I didn't have any grudges with your young master. However, he's been targeting me at every turn. I'm just retaliating. As for his revenge, I don't really care. I don't believe that a noble heir like him would dare to touch a rank 3 arcana master." As he spoke, an extremely powerful spiritual energy suddenly burst out from Zhuowen's body. It actually formed a torrential storm behind him that was like a pillar supporting the heavens. This was a spiritual energy storm formed by countless amounts of spiritual energy. A rank 3 arcana master? Lingzhu's expression changed greatly. He looked at the spiritual energy storm behind Zhuowen with some disbelief, and cried out in shock. Even Su Mu, Guangma, and the others' expressions changed greatly when they saw the spiritual energy storm behind Zhuowen. They didn't expect the young man in front of them to be a rank 3 arcana master. Such a young rank 3 arcana master was probably a 1 in a million genius even in the Qing Xian Empire. The status of arcana masters on the heavenly armor continent was generally much higher than that of warriors. A rank 4 arcana master's status was comparable to that of nobles. Although a rank 3 arcana master couldn't compare to a rank 4 arcana master, their status was not weak at all. Even nobles would find it difficult to casually touch a rank 3 arcana master, let alone Lu Yuanhua, who was only a noble heir. This was also the reason why Zhuowen dared to beat up Lu Yuanhua so violently. After all, once he was registered in the Arcana Guild and became an official Arcana Master, even Lu Yuanhua would have to think twice before touching him. Lu Yuanhua is really unlucky this time. He actually provoked such a powerful person. Not only does he have a Heavenly King Realm puppet, but he's also a rank 3 Arcana Master at such a young age. To be able to become a rank 3 Arcana Master at such a young age, I'm afraid this young man's status in the Arcana Guild isn't low. Qing Lian stared at the young man not far away, her beautiful eyes full of caution. She finally understood why this seemingly weak young man in front of her was so confident. It turned out that he had so many secrets. Chapter 229. Qing Huang Proclamation. I really didn't expect you to be a third-grade Arcana Master. With your status as an Arcana Master, the House of Marquis Qin won't casually attack you. However, this doesn't mean that the other members of the House of Marquis Qin won't target you. Lingzhu's mouth revealed a trace of bitterness, but then a trace of caution appeared on his face. You will also participate in the battle for the Tower of Vitality in 2 years, right? You'd better be careful of the eldest prince and the second prince. You've beaten up a direct descendant of the House of Marquis Qin. I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest. At this point, Lingzhu looked at Zhuowen and the reverse spirit puppet behind him with some fear. His feet stepped lightly in the air, and his whole body turned into a shadow and disappeared from the palace. In this battle for the treasure, the House of Marquis Qin had been completely defeated. There was no point in continuing to stay here. The eldest prince and the second prince of the House of Marquis Qin? Zhuowen muttered to himself and slowly landed on the ground. Just as Zhuowen was lost in thought, a light and elegant fragrance swept over, and then a clear and gentle voice came to his ears. Young Master Zhuo, are you thinking about the eldest prince and the second prince of the House of Marquis Qin? Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with a veil covering her face. He was slightly startled. The woman in front of him was the peerless young expert of the Jade Lady Star Court, Qing Lian. After a short period of absent-mindedness, Zhuowen quickly recovered and said with a faint smile, "Miss Qing Lian is really smart. You can actually point out my thoughts. However, since Miss Qing Lian asked this question, I'm afraid you know something about the eldest prince and the second prince of the house of Marquis Qing. Why don't you tell me?" Qing Lian slightly pursed her lips and said with a faint smile, "Young Master Zhuo was able to defeat Lu Yuanhua, which is enough to show that your strength is at the top level among the many geniuses in Muqin County. However, compared to the eldest prince and the second prince of the house of Marquis Qin, I'm afraid you are still far from it." Hearing this, Zhuowen's brows furrowed. He didn't expect that he would be able to defeat Lu Yuanhua in a direct confrontation. With such strength, he was still far from the eldest prince and the second prince of the house of Marquis Qin. Could it be that those two had reached the ultimate emperor realm? Zhuowen's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. His eyes bulged as he looked at Qing Lian in front of him, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Lu Yuanhua is ranked third in the direct line of descent of the house of Marquis Qin. His talent and strength are already very good. However, the truly terrifying geniuses of the house of Marquis Qin are his eldest brother, Lu Yitao, and second brother, Lu Yongxing. Both of them have reached the ultimate emperor realm and are famous experts on the Qing Xian Empire's Qing Huang ranking. Qing Lian's beautiful eyes flickered when she said this. A rare trace of yearning and reverence appeared on her face. Qing Huang ranking? Zhuowen frowned slightly and stared straight at Qing Lian. This was the first time he had heard of the Qing Huang ranking. However, from the reverence on Qing Lian's face, it was obvious that the Qing Huang ranking was extraordinary. "You don't know about the Qing Huang ranking?" Qing Lian stared at the young man in front of her in surprise. She was actually stunned for a moment. Zhuowen shrugged and said helplessly, "I grew up in a remote city like Rattan Armor City. It shouldn't be a big deal that I don't know about the Qing Huang ranking." Qing Lian was slightly relieved when she saw the appearance of the young man in front of her. Zhuowen's stunning performance earlier had caused Qing Lian to subconsciously treat this young man, who was younger than her, as an expert of the same level as her. Zhuowen's reminder also made her wake up. The young man in front of her did not have a powerful background. Moreover, his birth was quite humble. However, it was precisely because of this that she was even more surprised. Being able to reach such a level of strength without the support of a powerful organization was enough to show just how terrifying the young man's talent was. With a wry smile, Qing Lian continued, "The Green Sovereign Leaderboard is actually a ranking of the young experts. This kind of leaderboard includes the entire Qing Xian Empire. Almost all of the top 100 young experts of the Qing Xian Empire are recorded on it. Because almost all of the top 100 young experts of the Qing Xian Empire are at least at the ultimate emperor realm, this ranking is called the Qing Huang ranking. It includes all of the strongest young experts of the Qing Xian Empire? Even the weakest of them is at the ultimate emperor realm?" Zhuowen could not help but be shocked when he heard this. He did not expect this so-called Qing Huang ranking to be so amazing. The strength of the people on the ranking was basically at the ultimate emperor realm. Furthermore, these experts were not older than 30 years old. To be able to reach the ultimate emperor realm at the age of 30 was already a heavenly genius. However, such cultivators could only be ranked at the bottom of the ranking. What are LV Tao and LV Yongxing's positions on the Qing Huang ranking? Zhuowen frowned slightly. Things seemed to have exceeded his expectations. He did not expect that LV Yuanhua, who was only at the great circle of the Earth Monarch realm, would have such powerful brothers. LV Yitao is ranked 17th on the Qing Huang ranking, and his strength has reached the ultimate emperor realm. LV Yongxing is ranked 52nd on the Qing Huang ranking, and his strength is also at the ultimate Emperor realm. The two of them are the seated contestants for this year's Origin Chi Tower battle. Qing Lian could not help but frown when she said this. It was obvious that she was very afraid of these two people. Zhuowen could not help but frown deeply when he heard this. He also did not expect LV Yitao and LV Yongxing to be so strong. One of them was even at the ultimate Emperor realm. Zhuowen's current strength was only comparable to the Great Circle of the Earth Monarch realm. If he added the power of the Nine Heavens Thunderblaze, he might be able to barely reach the initial Heavenly King realm. This kind of strength would be difficult to deal with even a peak Heavenly King realm cultivator like Lingzhu, let alone an ultimate Emperor realm expert. Today you have beaten LV Huayuan to such a state. The two of them will not sit idly by in the Origin Chi Tower battle in 2 years. Although your talent is extraordinary, it is unlikely that you will be able to reach the ultimate Emperor realm in 2 years. Therefore, if you plan to participate in the Origin Chi Tower battle, I am afraid that it will not bode well for you. Before Qing Lian finished speaking, she was interrupted by Zhuowen. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at Qing Lian. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile as he said, "From what Miss Qing Lian means, you intend to recruit me into your Jade Maiden Astral Court." Qing Lian did not show the slightest trace of anger at being interrupted. Instead, she flipped her hair and smiled. Young Master Zhuo is indeed a smart person. Although our Jade Maiden Astral Court is not as powerful as the House of Marquis Qin, we are not far behind. Moreover, the strongest person we will send to participate in the Origin Chi Tower battle is also an expert on the Azure Emperor ranking. With the protection of an expert on the Azure Emperor ranking and the power of our Jade Maiden Astral Court, I am afraid that after entering the Origin Chi Tower, the people of the House of Marquis Qin will not easily touch you. Qing Lian knows that young Master Zhuo is a smart person, so. Qing Lian was very smart. After speaking to this point, she stopped abruptly. Her meaning was very clear, and there was no point in continuing. Instead, it would only make people feel annoyed. Zhuowen looked at Qing Lian in front of him with amusement, but in his heart, he shook his head. Her meaning was very clear. She wanted Zhuowen to join the Jade Maiden Astral Court, and then the Jade Maiden Astral Court would naturally protect him. However, Zhuowen had flatly rejected the 9th Commandery Princess's invitation. How could he agree to Qing Lian's request? Although Ultimate Emperor Realm experts were very powerful, Zhuowen was confident that his strength could reach another level in 2 years. Perhaps by then, even Ultimate Emperor Realm experts would not be able to kill him easily. My apologies, Miss Qing Lian, this one has no intention of joining your Jade Maiden Astral Court. As for the battle for the Origin Chi Tower, this one will think of a way. There is no need to trouble Miss Qing Lian. Zhuowen bowed slightly and replied politely. However, Qing Lian knitted her brows tightly. She didn't expect that Zhuowen would still refuse even though she had already made things very clear. Since young Master Zhuo has no such intention, then it is indeed a pity. However, if one day young Master Zhuo has thought it through, you can come to the Jade Maiden Astral Court to find me at any time. Our doors will still be open for you. Although Zhuowen's refusal surprised Qing Lian, she was not too disappointed. After exchanging a few more words with Zhuowen, she walked past Zhuowen with a natural expression. After Qing Lian failed to recruit Zhuowen, Guangma, Su Mu, and Qin Hui from the other 3 major factions also came to Zhuowen's side. They wanted to recruit Zhuowen, and the conditions they offered became more and more generous. However, they were all rejected by Zhuowen. Clearly, after the great battle just now, everyone had begun to take this unprepossessing youth seriously. They knew that if they were able to recruit such a genius under their wing, the factions behind them would most likely reward them. However, what made them feel regretful was that Zhuowen was not interested in them at all. Although Zhuowen's attitude made them unhappy, they did not dare to show the slightest bit of displeasure. After all, Zhuowen had a puppet at the peak of the Heavenly King stage by his side, and his overall strength was already much stronger than their team. Rumble! At this moment, an earth-shattering tremor suddenly resounded in the hall. The entire hall began to sway. What's going on? Why is the hall shaking all of a sudden? Everyone was also caught off guard by the tremor. Many cultivators retreated in a sorry state. There were even a few weaker ones who fell to the ground. Gotcha! A crisp sound rang out in an instant, and then everyone was shocked to find that the surface of the huge hall was actually covered with countless cracks, and countless pieces of stone were pouring down from the top. Bang! The hall seemed to be enduring a great impact. With a loud bang, a hole was blasted open in the top left corner of the hall. Then, a huge palm that was thousands of feet in size suddenly stretched out from the hole. Whoosh! Wherever the palm passed, the countless streams of air produced extremely powerful sonic booms, and it actually swept directly towards Zhuowen, who was below. Chapter 230. Emperor Realm Expert. Raising his head slightly, Zhuowen's expression changed slightly as he looked at the huge hole in the ceiling of the palace. After all, this palace was created by an ancient expert. Although it had been eroded for a long time and its hardness had decreased, it was still not something that an ordinary person could penetrate. However, the two people in front of him were able to casually penetrate this palace. This caused Zhuowen's expression to change slightly. It was obvious that the two figures in the sky were very strong. What made Zhuowen even more surprised was that these two people who had appeared out of nowhere were actually staring straight at him. Their gazes were as if they were examining prey that was about to be caught. This feeling made Zhuowen feel rather uncomfortable. Of the two figures in the sky, one was an old man in sackcloth. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. His eyes flickered with a strong sense of confidence and pride. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura was constantly being emitted from the old man's body. The other person was a barefoot young girl. The young girl's skin was whiter than snow and her eyes were like clear water. As she looked around, she had an elegant and noble temperament that caused others to feel ashamed of their inferiority and not dare to profane her. However, her cold arrogance was quite captivating, causing one's soul to be captivated. Below the young girl's jade-like feet, a constantly rotating red lotus floated. At first glance, she looked like a holy and elegant fairy descending to the mortal world. At the instant Zhuowen laid eyes on this young woman, his gaze couldn't help but become absent-minded, and his heartbeat suddenly jerked. No matter if it was her appearance or bearing, the young woman before him was something Zhuowen had never seen in his entire life. Even Qing Lian, who covered her face with a veil, seemed to pale in comparison, and it could be said that they weren't on the same level. Not only Zhuowen, but even Su Mu, Guang Mo and Qin Hui, who had not yet left, could not help but reveal intoxicated expressions when they saw the barefoot young girl. There is actually such a beautiful girl in this world. With such appearance and temperament, she is truly like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Qin Hui waved his feather fan and could not help but exclaim in admiration. Straightening his clothes, Qin Hui gracefully fanned himself with his feather fan. He faced the barefoot young lady in the air and said in a clear voice, "I am Qin Hui from the Eternal Prosperity Marquis Mansion. I am honored to be able to meet such a peerless beauty like you today. May I know your name?" Qin Hui's face was the most handsome of the group and could even be described as beautiful. With his appearance and his polite tone, he had always been successful in his dealings with women. In his opinion, this tried and tested greeting should also work in front of this peerless beauty. Moreover, he had purposely mentioned Marquis Yongxing. After all, the name of one of the three marquises in Muqin County was rather resounding. In his opinion, with his appearance and the power behind him, the girl before him should have some reaction. As for Su Mu and Guang Mo beside him, they had no intention of speaking. The two of them frowned slightly as they looked at the two people in the air. They were not as brainless as Qin Hui. They could feel that the two people who had appeared out of nowhere were very strong. It was because of this that the two of them chose to remain silent. However, Qin Hui clearly did not think of this. His entire attention was attracted by the barefoot young lady in the air, and he did not pay attention to the terrifying old man beside the young lady. Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to know the name of our family's young lady? If you don't want to die, scram for this old man. The young lady's expression was indifferent. She glanced at Qin Hui and ignored him. However, the old man behind her glared angrily and coldly shouted, "Who do I think I am? Your tone is not small. You don't even put our eternal prosperity, marquee mansion in your eyes. Could it be that you are Emperor Qing's people?" Qin Hui was stunned for a moment before he replied with a sneer. Emperor Qing? This old man does not even put the Qing Xian Empire in his eyes. Even if Emperor Qing came, he would not dare to offend us. How dare a clown like you jump around in front of this old man? How noisy! The old man was slightly impatient. He waved his right hand and an extremely powerful aura burst out. Immediately, the space in front of Qin Hui began to distort. Then, the space around him began to crack inch by inch. Boundless spatial energy burst out and Qin Hui was annihilated into powder without even making a sound. Looking at Qin Hui, who was instantly blown to smithereens, everyone present couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even Guangmo and Su Mu, who weren't far from Qin Hui, couldn't help but have their pupils shrink as their bodies involuntarily trembled. So strong. To be able to directly crush space. This kind of strength is something that even the four Reverend Realm experts can't achieve. Zhuowen also sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at the place where Qin Hui was in disbelief. At this time, it had become a spatial fragment of nothingness. To be able to tear space at will, only an Emperor Realm expert can do this? Qing Lian could not help but cry out in horror. Her voice was even trembling. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes widened and his heart could not help but beat a few times. He never thought that he would encounter an Emperor Realm expert in this cave mansion. One must know that in the entire Qing Xian Empire, only the ruler of the empire, Emperor Qing, had reached the peak of the Emperor Realm. Experts who had reached this level of strength were basically able to establish an empire and conquer the world. No wonder the old man in front of him did not even put Emperor Qing in his eyes. It turned out that his strength was not much weaker than Emperor Qing. How can an Emperor Realm expert appear here? Isn't this cave mansion abandoned? How could it attract such a powerful expert? Xiao He, what should we do now? Zhuowen could not help but panic. An Emperor Realm expert was a legendary expert. It was not something that the current Zhuowen could fight against. Although he did not know why these two people were here, the way they looked at him just now made him know that they were definitely here for him. Kid, this Dragon Lord can't help you. I also didn't expect an Emperor Realm expert to appear. If things go bad later, we can only run. I can't say much now, or else my soul fluctuations will be detected by that old man. You'll have to act according to the situation. Xiao He suddenly sent out such a message in his mind. Then, it slowly quieted down. F***CK. This guy is still so unreliable. After cursing in his heart, Zhuowen could only stand where he was and wait for the two people in the sky to make their next move. After dealing with Qin Hui, the old man clapped his hands and then turned his gaze to Zhuowen. He said indifferently, "Kid, this old man can feel that the key is on you. Hurry up and hand it over, or don't blame this old man for being rude." Hearing this, Zhuowen's heart was startled. Immediately, he thought of the key that was placed together with the map of the cave. Although Xiao He had said that the key should be the key to unlocking a certain place in the deepest part of the cave, Zhuowen still did not discover the use of the key even though he had already reached the deepest part of the cave. Therefore, he threw this matter to the back of his mind. Now that the old man suddenly mentioned it, Zhuowen remembered that he still had the key in his Qianquan bag. Beside him, Qing Lian's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise as she looked at the young man beside her. She did not expect that the dignified Emperor Realm expert would come here for the young man in front of her. Just as Zhuowen was deep in thought, the barefoot girl beside the old man suddenly spoke. Her voice was as clear as water, gentle but cold. "You can rest assured that we will not take your key for free. You should have obtained the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron in this hall. The 9-wheel burning sky cauldron contains the 9-wheel burning sky array, which requires 9 types of earth fire to display its power. If you hand over the key, I can give you a type of earth fire origin. After all, the key is useless in your hands. However, if you don't hand it over, the fate of that person just now." The girl's voice suddenly became incomparably cold as she spoke. After pondering for a moment, the corners of Zhuo Wen's mouth curled into a bitter smile. He knew that he had no choice now. Moreover, he would be able to obtain a type of earth fire if he handed it over. This already made Zhuo Wen quite tempted. "I can give you the key, but in addition to the earth fire, can you also give me 100,000 Imperial Essence pills?" Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he decided to get more. After all, the two people in front of him were not ordinary people. They should have a lot of Imperial Essence pills on them. Although Zhuowen already had over 10,000 Imperial Essence pills, those Imperial Essence pills could only allow him to cultivate until the Earth King stage at most. If he could obtain 100,000 Imperial Essence pills, Zhuowen was confident that he could advance to the Heavenly King stage within 2 years. He might even be able to advance to the Ultimate Emperor stage. The barefoot girl frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said, "If you hand over the key, I can give you another 100,000 Imperial Essence pills. Deal." Seeing that the girl had agreed, Zhuowen was overjoyed. He did not expect the girl to be so straightforward as to give away 100,000 Imperial Essence pills, just like that. "Elder Qiu, take out 100,000 Imperial Essence pills. Also, take out 3,000 Azure Lotus Flame origins for him." The girl glanced at the old man behind her and said with a calm face, "Young miss, there is no need for us to make a deal with this kid. He is so weak that I can kill him with a single palm strike. We can get the key without paying any price." Elder Qiu frowned slightly and said with some dissatisfaction. When Zhuowen heard Elder Qiu's words, his heart tightened. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Just as Elder Qiu had said, with his Emperor stage strength, he could kill Zhuowen instantly and snatch the key. At this moment, Zhuowen's muscles were tense. If he felt that something was wrong, he would run away immediately. When the girl heard this, she frowned and said coldly, "Since we can settle this peacefully, why do we have to take it by force? What's the difference between this and the Blue Dragon Hall?" Elder Qiu smiled bitterly and said, "All right. I will listen to you, young Mississippi." As he spoke, Elder Qiu waved his right hand in the air and cut a hole in the void. His right hand reached in and took out a Qianquan bag and a glass ball. Chapter 231. 3,000 Green Lotus Flames. Zhuowen was overjoyed as he extended his hand to receive the Qianquan bag and glass ball in the air. He did not expect that the barefoot young lady would be so easy to talk to. Moreover, what made him even more astonished was that old Qiu, whose strength had reached the Emperor realm, did not dare to disobey the young lady's words at all. Looking at Elder Qiu's respectful attitude towards the young lady, Zhuowen was very interested in the young lady's identity. To be able to make an Emperor realm expert so submissive, it was obvious that the faction behind the young lady was extremely powerful. It might even surpass the Qing Xian Empire. The Qianquan bag that old Qiu had thrown over was a high-grade Qianquan bag. The space inside was extremely large. When Zhuowen opened the Qianquan bag and saw that it was filled with dazzling golden emperor pills, he could not help but gasp. After a rough estimate, he found that there were indeed more than 100,000 emperor pills inside. After counting the Emperor Yuan pills in the Qianquan bag, Zhuowen focused his attention on the glass ball in his right hand. Through the glass surface of the glass ball, he could see a green lotus quietly floating in the middle of the ball. If he looked closely, the lotus was formed by green flames. There were countless green sparks floating around the lotus like falling snow. Is this the source of the 3,000 green lotus flames? Zhuowen's eyes involuntarily lit up as he looked at the green lotus quietly blooming amidst the countless green sparks within the crystal ball. He could feel the powerful blazing energy contained within the lotus. This energy wasn't any weaker than the 9 heavens' thunder-blazing flame. Clearly, the 3,000 green lotus flames were also a rather powerful earth fire. Not far away, Qinglian and the rest looked at the Qiankuan bag and the source of the 3,000 green lotus flames in Zhuowen's hand with envy. These 2 items were extremely precious to them. However, they did not dare to snatch them. Putting aside the fact that Elder Qiu was eyeing them covetously, the reverse spirit puppet behind Zhuowen was enough to make them not dare to go against Zhuowen. However, they were also feeling rather complicated at this moment. They did not expect that the biggest winner of this trip to the ancient cave would be this unknown young man in front of them. This was something that no one had expected. "Kid, I've given you the item. Hurry up and give us the key." Elder Qiu waved his hand and said impatiently. Zhuowen's face was filled with joy. He took out a palm-sized stone key from his Qiankuan bag and tossed it to the barefoot girl above him. This time, his harvest in the ancient cave could be said to be bountiful. Not only did he obtain the Demon Moon Dragon's Pine Spear, which was comparable to a high-grade spiritual treasure, and over 10,000 Emperor Yuan pills, he even obtained the Earth-rank spiritual treasures 9-wheel heaven incinerating cauldron and the 9 heavens thunder blaze. Now, he even obtained another type of Earth-rank spiritual fire, the 3,000 jade lotus flame, and hundreds of thousands of Emperor Yuan pills. Zhuowen was already very satisfied with such a harvest. Moreover, even he didn't know what the stone key was for. Now that he could exchange it for benefits, Zhuowen was naturally more than happy to do so. Moreover, Zhuowen also wanted to see what the barefoot girl and Elder Qiu wanted to do with the key. After considering all these, Zhuowen handed over the key without hesitation. As soon as the key was in their hands, the girl and Elder Qiu revealed a joyful expression. Elder Qiu smiled and said, "Miss, this key should be the key to the real mansion of Sir God Feng Lei. Now that we have the key, we can enter the mansion of Sir God Feng Lei. Sir God Feng Lei is quite cunning. He actually built such a cave abode above his mansion to deceive others. If Elder Qiu didn't use a secret technique to find out the secret in advance, I'm afraid that even we would have been deceived." After obtaining the key, a smile appeared on the girl's face and she said faintly. The 2 of them didn't have any scruples about Zhuowen and the rest below. Perhaps in their eyes, Zhuowen, Qinglian and the rest were just like ants. They were simply not afraid of such news. Sir God Feng Lei's mansion? When Zhuowen heard this, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He was quite unfamiliar with Sir God Feng Lei. *T. It's Sir God Feng Lei's mansion. I didn't expect Sir God Feng Lei's mansion to be hidden in the ancient cave abode. Just as Zhuowen was feeling puzzled, Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang in his mind. As a result, Zhuowen had to pick his ears to cover up his embarrassment. Finally, it's out. Tell me, who on earth is Sir God Feng Lei? Zhuowen replied snappily. Xiao Hei ignored Zhuowen's sarcasm and continued excitedly. Zhuowen, Sir God Feng Lei was an overlord in ancient times. His strength was infinitely close to that of a god-level expert. In ancient times, he killed saints like slaughtering dogs. His strength was monstrous. More importantly, he was the owner of the holy charm of wind thunder. No wonder there was an Emperor Realm expert here. It turns out that there is a relic of Sir God Feng Lei, and the holy charm of wind thunder is probably inside. Hearing this, Zhuowen's heart couldn't help but beat violently. He didn't expect Sir God Feng Lei to be almost a god-level expert. What's more, he He was an existence that could kill saints like slaughtering dogs. On the heavenly armor continent, it was very difficult to find a trace of a saint. This kind of strong cultivator was basically constantly in seclusion. Once they were in seclusion, hundreds and thousands of years would pass by in the blink of an eye. A saint had reached the level of being as long as heaven and earth. However, this kind of expert, who was already at the peak of the heavenly armor continent, was not even comparable to a dog in front of Emperor Wind Thunder. Emperor Wind Thunder even slaughtered him like a dog. This made Zhuo feel dizzy. What kind of existence was the owner of this cave mansion? Why was he so fierce? What surprised Zhuo more was the holy charm of Wind Thunder that Xiao He mentioned. Since he had obtained the holy charm of icy fire, Zhuo had also experienced the great power contained in the holy charm. Now, Zhuo only had the origin of the holy charm of icy fire, but he could kill enemies who were at a higher level. If he obtained the real holy charm of icy fire, his strength would increase to an unprecedented level. Zhuo knew the power of the holy charm better than anyone else. It was a supreme treasure that could turn a good-for-nothing into a genius. No one could resist such a treasure. Boy, follow these two people. Now only they know the real location of Sir God Feng Lei's mansion. If we can enter the real mansion, I can help you get the holy charm of Wind Thunder. At that time, with 2 saint runes, your strength will at least rise to another level. Xiao Hei's tone became rather excited when he reached this point. Forcibly suppressing his excitement, Zhuo said in a deep voice, "Since Sir God Feng Lei was an overlord in ancient times, his mansion must be very dangerous. Now, we don't know how to enter the mansion. Let's act according to the circumstances." Xiao Hei calmed down a little. He also knew that Zhuo's words made sense. After the excitement, he completely calmed down and said, Now, let's wait for these 2 people to open the entrance. Since they came here to ask for the key, they must know the location of Sir God Feng Lei's mansion." Just as Zhuo and Xiao Hei were discussing, Qiu Lao and the young lady looked at each other in the sky. Qiu Lao nodded and stepped into the sky. His entire body fell to the ground like a meteor. Then, he slowly walked to the huge throne at the top of the hall. The throne in the hall was made of white marble and looked as smooth as jade. At first, Zhuo and the others did not notice the throne. After all, their attention was attracted by the 9 heavens thunder-blazing flame and the 9-wheel burning sky cauldron. How could they pay attention to this inconspicuous throne? Could the entrance be in the throne? Looking at Qiu Lao's actions, Zhuo muttered in a low voice. Arriving in front of the throne, Qiu Lao's eyes suddenly lit up. With a slap of his right hand, he actually smashed the throne into powder, revealing an inconspicuous groove under the throne. Looking at the groove below, Qiu Lao's eyes flashed with joy. He took out the stone key and inserted it into the groove without any hesitation. Rumble! The moment the key was inserted into the groove, the entire hall shook violently. Then, the huge stone walls around the hall began to shatter and peel off layer by layer. Zhuo, Qing Lian, and the others all used their origin energy to prop up a layer of protective barrier in front of them, blocking the countless falling rocks. When the hall had completely collapsed into ruins, a circular light shield appeared around it. This light shield was so huge that it almost covered the entire hall. To put it bluntly, the hall was built under this light shield. When they looked through the light shield and saw the scene outside the light shield, everyone could not help but be stunned. This was because, outside the light shield, there was an endless sea of lightning. Countless thunderbolts that were as thick as buckets were constantly raging outside the light shield. As far as the eye could see, it was simply a sea of lightning. Zhuo could feel that the power of the thunderbolts was extremely strong. Even if he only touched a trace of it, it was enough for him to endure. Needless to say, there was an endless sea of lightning as far as the eye could see. Zhuo was sure that if he were to enter, it would be no different from courting death. What a cunning Sir God of Wind Thunder! I did not expect to use a small ancient cave dwelling to hide the wind thunder divine mansion. However, no matter how perfect your disguise is, you will not be able to escape from me." Chiu Lao laughed and waved his hand. He brought the barefooted young lady beside him into the extremely terrifying Sea of Lightning. Looking at the two figures that disappeared into the depths of the Sea of Lightning, Qing Lian and the others could not help but be stunned. Until now, they still did not know what had happened. They also did not expect that outside the hall, there would be such an astonishing Sea of Lightning. "Young Master Zhua, what exactly is going on?" Qing Lian asked stiffly. What happened today had greatly exceeded her expectations. At this moment, she was already at a loss of what to do. According to what the elder said, this ancient cave dwelling should only be a cover. The real cave dwelling should be opposite the Sea of Lightning. Zhuowen shrugged and said helplessly, "Are you kidding? I can feel that the power of the thunderbolts is not weaker than the 9 heavens' thunder-blazing flame. With such a huge Sea of Lightning, it is impossible for us to pass through it with our strength." Qing Lian covered her cherry lips and said bitterly. She was also an extremely intelligent lady. From Chiu Lao's words, she knew that the real treasure of the owner of the cave dwelling was on the other side of the Sea of Lightning. However, with her strength, she would be blasted into nothing in less than 15 minutes after entering the Sea of Lightning. That is not necessarily true. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.